Alrighty, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to some more Factorio. Hope everyone's doing well. Let's get the show on the road. So, today we got big plans. And it's a bit of a side quest, bit of a distraction from what we've been working on. Because of a few reasons. But number one, calcite. Calcite is proving to be a bit of an issue. Specifically, the problem that we're experiencing is we're not producing enough calcite across the board. Yet in the previous episode, in the previous stream, we completely ran out of calcite. Lube! Nessa, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. This station here was completely empty with calcite because we could not deliver the calcite quick enough. We're having problems, which has been a racing game super loud in the room, can't hear shit. That's all good. We had issues transporting calcite because Vulcanus, or rather the ship for Vulcanus, was experiencing issues delivering. And the other problem that I've now fixed is I built another ship. And I got this ship transporting calcite, and the calcite is coming from Vulcanus, of course. I had to move some of these drills around. You can see one of them's already expired. And I created some more drills over here in legendary quality to try and get the resource drain down. But that's not going to last forever. That's got 185 mil, and then maybe we have some. We've got a bunch of productivity, so multiply that by 5, 6, and then resource drain 8%. You bring that down. It's still going to last ages, but it's eventually going to run out, which is a problem for us because I don't want to have to be running around grabbing new patches of ore everywhere. However, as we've learned, if I have a look up here, calcite is free up here in space. If we take a look at the grinding recipe, you can grind asteroid oxide chunks. You can grind oxide asteroid chunks down into calcite. Oh, and that's gone because the circuit condition changed. But yeah, you can get calcite. So, my thinking is, what if we just built a really big ship that only gathers calcite and then runs back to Narvis and drops it off? Then I thought, let's go a little bit crazier and finally tackle something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, something I've been talking about in my Discord server for quite some time, and that is the idea that everyone calls a space casino, where you have all your rocks coming in through here. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, we're trying to drop carbon and we can't drop carbon. Okay. It's the concept of a space casino where we reprocess the asteroid chunks into other asteroid chunks, but with quality modules that then increase the chance of this coming out at a higher quality, and you just repeat that cycle until finally you get legendaries, and then you can turn them into stuff. I wanted to also tackle that because as you're flying around, you're not just going to get oxide chunks, which is ideally what we want for the calcite. We also want everything. We want to make sure we can use everything else. So today's goal is going to be building a new ship that can do both. Two things. We need to deliver a high amount of calcite, and we need to produce a high yield of legendary ores. Probably not legendary calcite. If we end up with legendary calcite, I'll have a system that will cycle and turn them into something else. If not, they get discarded. Because we're not particularly interested in legendary calcite. We are, but we have so many technomancers able to do that for us. Now, to build this thing, there are going to be a few ground rules that this thing has to meet. Number one, I want it to travel between Aquilo and the solar system edge for the maximum asteroid yield. Because if we take a look at the map, we get a huge amount of big asteroids. We get a huge amount of big oxide crystals, especially near Quillo, and then we get a whole bunch of the huge asteroids, which, as we all know, break into big asteroids, and then they break into mediums, and then they break into smalls. That should give us the maximum amount of chunks that we can pick up. So that's my hope, is if we can go between those and just consume everything that's out there and vacuum it all up and then process it on board, we should be getting a massive amount of yield. Basically, this thing is going to become a space factory. Now, to spice things up a bit, we've already used legendary thrusters. These things are legendary, and they produce us a good amount of thrust, 254 meganewtons, and I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. We had so many of them on here though. That's 10 there, and there's another 10 there. There's 20 legendary thrusters on this thing. It goes quick. It gets to about 400 kilometers per second. But I thought, let's go a little extra crazy with this. Let's have a little bit of fun. And let's unlock the fusion thruster. Yeah. Yeah, what do we think of that? This thing is crazy. It takes a lot of ingredients to make, and I believe it has to be made... Oh no, it can be made anywhere. Okay, cool. If we take If we take a look at this, it consumes the same amount of fluid as regular thrusters, but the fluid has changed. We need water, which means we don't need to do all the fuels anymore. The fuel processing is gone, but it consumes plasma, or rather superheated reaction mass as they call it, and it outputs, I believe, fluoroketone. But the thrust, 7 giganewtons at legendary quality. How about that? And it has a whole bunch of different stats on the efficiency and things. I thought, let's go a little crazy. Let's see if we can go a little fast with this thing as well as efficient. So that's what I've done. I have gone ahead and there we go. There's fusion thruster. I've gone ahead and I've gathered a whole bunch of ingredients for us to be able to make this thing. Fusion thruster in legendary quality. And we can't do a whole lot more. So let's start chucking some of these ingredients in. Yes, I know blunt force trauma is in trouble. That's never going to change. We need some pipes. We love our pipes. Chuck that in. Tungsten plates. What are we going to... We can finally use our tungsten plates up. Steel plates we've got here. Engines, I've got a stockpile ready to go. And superconductors I've got here. And gears. We have a bit of a stockpile of gears here as well. Let's get this thing on the road. I have no idea how many of these things we're going to use, but I also have a stockpile remaining of fusion reactors and fusion generators. I might just use the rares, but we'll see how we go. Could probably use a bunch of those. Now, the other thing is I wanted to go a little bit bigger with this ship as well. So we've got the Space Starter Platform... Wait, no. The Space Platform Starter Pack Mark II. That's a mouthful. I'm going to unlock this because I want to go a little crazy with that. But what this basically does is it gives us access to some new technology, specifically the Space Platform Starter Pack Mark II, which I believe somewhere has some information about it. Ah, yeah, it's a little weird. It basically has some more input cargo hatches and some more output cargo hatches. That's pretty much all it does. But it also sends cargo pod Mark IIs, which have bigger capacities and things like that. So it just makes transporting things up and down a little quicker. Let's keep making some of these. We need some more pipes, which we don't have any because they all went into engines. Okay, let's not do that. There we go, there's 100. Gimme, gimme, gimme! And the other thing that I will also demonstrate is we have these things. We have a pod bay and we have a storage bay. Now these come from a mod that I found. They add specialized versions of your bays. The pod bay in particular has a decreased inventory size bonus, but it has an increased input and output cargo hatch size. So you can send out 2 probes at once, or two cargo pods at once. Which I thought, okay, that's kind of interesting. And then we also get the storage bay, which has no ability to send items out, but has an increased inventory size bonus. So I thought, that makes things a little bit more interesting. You can mix and match based on what sort of needs you have with your factory or with your ships. So what I did was I made a whole bunch of them, which are now sitting here in my inventory. So we have pod bays, storage bays, all in legendary quality. Now we're just working away on the pipes or the thrusters. What I should do is make... I don't think it's important to make a legendary space platform starter pack. I think that just gives you more base health, which we don't care about. If we get damaged, if we get to a point where the cargo hub gets damaged, or the platform hub gets damaged, then it's kind of over already. So I'm just going to use a regular platform. No, I'm not. I need to turn this into a Mark II, which needs quantum processors, space platforms, and a cargo bay of a regular kind, which I think we can do. I believe I've left quantum processors somewhere around here. Yep, there we go. There's 100. There's probably a cargo bay in here somewhere. Yep. Can I just take one? No, I cannot. Alright, I guess we'll just attach some of these down here. Hello Vic, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Something I realized the other day is when you guys come pop in and say hi and I respond. I don't know how many of you get hit by an ad wave right there, but I apologize. I do respond to basically pretty much every one of you. Okay, we have a lot of productivity modules, so that's going to help. Let's continue making some of these. Fusion thrusters. Yep, that's all good. Can restock that. We need more pipes. But this is going to be cool. I am excited to build this thing. I've also come prepared and made a whole bunch of rocket turrets because we're going to need them. We also have plenty of crushers, plenty of asteroid collectors. This ship is going to be high roller, full bowler. Now the other thing I do need are the railguns, which are here, and we have them in quality, so that's going to be good. Turrets in quality, probably useful, but I don't think we'll focus on legendary turrets since they just give you a little bit of extra range, and we're not particularly looking to max out survivability here. That's for the job of Blunt Force Trauma, which is our Shattered Planet ship. There we go, fusion thruster. I have no idea how many of these fusion thrusters I'm going to need, so I'm just kind of making a lot. I'm guessing here. We need some more tungsten plates. Need some more pipes. Okay, there's another 100. Okay. How are we going on everything else? Are we able to make this? Cargo bay. Where did I put my cargo bays? Alright, guess I'm picking one of these up. Oh, yeah, that's right. I picked them all up. Space platforms. Space platforms, where are we? Okay, here we go. I'll grab 50 of those and then chuck. Damn it. Alright, here we go. Space platform starter pack Mark II. It is a mouthful. Need more superconductors. Good thing I picked them all up. I think that's all we're going to be able to make. 12. Hopefully 12 is enough. Actually, no, hang on. We got another one. We can make a 13th, but I'm going to leave that. Yeah, we need 100. Yeah, I'm going to leave that. So 12 sounds like a good amount of fusion thrusters. We're going to see just how busted this is going to be. And just waiting for this. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. Hey, there we go. We now have our space platform starter pack Mark II. Let's send that up. Build new space platform. I'm going to need your help, everyone, in coming up with a name for this thing. I'm just going to call it the Giga-Casino for now, because that's basically what it is. And this thing is going to have this icon on it, just for now. Let's create that, send that up. I also came prepared with legendary... They're not here. Ah, because they're in here. I have legendary chemical plants. They're going to be used to make ammo because we need rockets and explosives to be able to survive out there. I don't think we're going to need explosive rockets, just regular rockets. So that's going to be fine. Let's pop up here. We now have the Giga-Casino ready to go. There you go. There's some fancy, slightly fancy new graphics. We've even got a solar panel on the graphics for this thing. That's pretty cool. Alrighty, so first of all, we need storage. And the storage is going to come in the form of... Well, hang on. Let's sort this out first. So this is going to be our starting platform. And we can increase the amount of cargo space we get in this thing. What sort of designs can we... So we can squeeze tunnels along here and then a 4-lane bus. So let's do that real quick. I can squeeze a 4-lane bus going in there and a 4-lane bus going in there. That's probably going to be for quality. Actually, it could also be for calcite. We need power, but I'm going to run the fusion reactors down the bottom so that the plasma is in close proximity to the thrusters. So let's run, I believe this is symmetrical. Yep, let's run this all the way down. Now, legendary thrusters. How do these work? Ooh. Okay, so they need water, which means we need ice. I can hear stuff now. So we need water and we need plasma. Where does the plasma go? If I stick these in, that'll eventually fill. We need water. We also need asteroid collection. So let's bring another one of these up. Modded thrusters, yes. I thought we'd go a little crazy and try out the fusion thruster, because this thing is going to be traveling quite a fair distance. And I thought, well, let's try and maximize the amount of travel we can do with this thing. It's also going to be a big chonker as well. So taking a look at this. Legendary quality fusion thrusters consume, they produce 7 giganewtons of thrust, which is an insane amount, at the drawback of requiring fusion reactors to function. And we need water, but the one advantage is we don't need to produce thruster fuel anymore. We just need to produce water. And the fusion cells can handle the rest for us. That needs to receive that. So let's send those up, and then I can send the thrusters up. Up they go. But yeah, the big point of this ship is it's supposed to be one really big casino. That's 702,000 tons. Not that the change in units helps me picture it any better. It's gonna go fast. That's something we can conclude. Now, something I want to check real quick before we do any sort of extended building is I want to construct these things. There we go. There's the plasma ducts. Ooh. I want to construct these things, and then I want to just send the ship off and see what kind of crazy ridiculousness we're going to have with that. And we also have a ton of ice here, but I don't think we use that ice. Okay, I need to send off a few more of these. A couple more. There's fusion thrusters. Send a few of those. Some laser turrets. Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna need a name for this ship eventually, because I am rather unimaginative when it comes to naming things. Let's send some of these reactors up. Thrusty McThrust face. That is a good idea. Let's do that. Rusty McThrust face. And we'll give him the fusion. We'll give him. Where is it? We'll give him legendary fusion thruster. There we go. Thrusty McThrust face. He sits down there. Alrighty. So, ooh, yeah, this thing is big. So these will need to shift over. And then we can do a rare... Oh my goodness, hang on, no, that needs to move over even further. We need to do a rare one of these. Chuck that down. We also need power. This thing produces how much plasma? Okay, hang on, let's have a quick look. Max output. I don't know what that is. 160 megawatts. That's probably 1.6 plasma. Actually, can we rate calculator this? Nope, that's notepad rate calculator. 480 plasma per second. Okay, and then we should be consuming... We can't see what these are going to consume, which is a bit of a shame. But let's see. Can we run some power on these? And I need to send those up. Rusty McThrust face. Rusty McThrust face. And Rusty McThrust face. We're going to be saying thrust quite a lot today, I think. We love thrusting. I'm really excited to see how this goes. And also... Yeah, that's all good. Cool, okay. Let's chuck that up. We also need a cryogenic plant, which I have prepared. Some legendary cryogenic plants. I think I'm going to save one for every one of the endgame ships that we have out here. I think that's a good idea. And then I'm also going to send legendary pod bays. Just because we need to max out the rocket quota. And then we also need water, so... Did I send those legendary chemical plants up? Yes, I did. Oh yeah. So water needs to go here. Okay, and then water comes through pipes. I think we know that already. Okay, then we need some pipes that'll plug in. Electric Ninja, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. That's going to be the water pipe there. You need to turn ice into water at an exceptional rate. Okay, and then we need collection. Which comes in the form of collectors. I'm just going to stick two of them at the top for now, just because I'm lazy. And also this is just for testing. We will move to a different ship design soon. What I could do now, let's just run a tunnel under here, just because we can. There we go. Tunnel comes down. Belts come down. And we can filter for ice, for oxide chunks. And then the rest gets ejected. Like that. Cool, okay. Oxide will come down and get turned into ice. This is a bare bones minimum ship design. Ice melting, yep, that's good. Then we need some power. Power. Solar panels. Solar panels to get us started and a couple of accumulators. Should do us just fine. Hey, welcome. Thank you very much for the resub. 3 months. Yeah, time does fly. Holy. I can't believe it's been 3 months already. Feels like it was just yesterday. Time do be like that. Okay. That should be... That's not going to be enough to power the fusion reactor, is it? I'm going to need to send some fusion cells up and some fluoroketone. Rusty thrust face. Fluoroketone goes up there as well. Love that name. Courtesy of Nessa. Nessa came up with that name. Awesome name. Much more imaginative than my Giga-Casino. Sorry. No, it's great. I love it. Nothing to be sorry about. That's awesome. Okay, it looks like we still need some legendary pod bay things. There we go. That's sending up. Nope, that's the wrong ship. I wish we could reorder these. Maybe, hang on. If I rename this to 1... Yeah, that puts it at the top. I might keep that there for now so I can just quickly access it and build it. That should be coming up pretty soon. Solar panels, are they on the way? Yes, they're on the way. Yeah, I have no idea if this is going to be enough power. It's possible I need to increase this. Just to give us some starting power. There we go, there's the accumulators. So how much power do we have? We need 10 megawatts to get this thing kicked off. And we're producing 1.8 megawatts, but this thing might be able to power itself with just a little bit of power. Yeah, because that's max consumption. So if it's producing power for itself, we should be fine. Next thing we need to do is cool the fluids. And we can do that thankfully with our legendary cryogenic plant, which is unfortunately not symmetrical. Oh, that's so annoying. Let's cool those fluids. We need to collect the fluids, which means I can't have this here. This thing is about to give us the zoomies. There we go, that's symmetrical. We love our symmetrical builds. And then we can get the fluoroketone back over, which is going to have to come through here somehow. This is very compact already. Try and keep this symmetrical, shall we? Somewhat, maybe. Maybe I won't worry too much about symmetrical yet, because this is just a test design. Fill in that hole, and then we can just run a pipe all the way into there. Cool. That should cool the fluoroketone as we need. That needs fusion power cells, which are sitting up here. Oh, we also need an assembly machine to be able to put fluoroketone into the system. We could probably just do that with this. Yeah, that'll work. And we need some ice, which is coming through here and getting discarded. Oh, but we're not crushing. Whoops, my bad. Crush, 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 crush. Need a legendary crusher. This needs to filter for ice. Otherwise, if an oxide crit chunk comes out, we just turn that around and pick it back up. There we go. That should work. And then we crush that straight into ice for the fuel. And everything should be happy. Is this one of the most compact ship designs I've done? Probably. Okay, ice. Ice, ice, ice. Yep, we're just waiting on the chunks. That's funny how he reaches behind him. Maybe we'll add some of these here. There we go, that should sort that out. Big stick. So it's just a big stick at the moment. I cannot wait to see what these things do. Looking stick, yeah. Alrighty, I'm gonna make a quick save because it looks like we finally got some water through. Yeah, water's coming through. Maybe I should make a tank real quick. Yeah, let's do a tank. Wait for that to come through and then we should be good to go. Do I have any tanks on me? Yes, I do. Up that goes. Yeah, just to recap for everyone tuning in, we're designing a ship that serves us a few purposes, but the main one is to get a high amount of calcite. And that calcite is going to be used to smelt things on Narvis for our 1 million science per minute goal. But then the second goal I thought to combine into the same ship is to produce a high yield of legendary ores, particularly iron and copper. That's going to be absolutely huge. Because if we can do that, we've kind of sorted out all our legendary components. And the requirements for this thing, those are the goals. The requirements for this thing, it needs to travel between Aquilo and the solar system edge to get the maximum asteroid yield. That's at least the idea that I have. Because looking at this, Aquilo has a high yield of big oxide asteroids, which is ice. That's going to be good for calcite. We can crush that straight into calcite and discard everything else. But then the other big thing is it's going to provide us with huge asteroids, which we can then break down into big asteroids and then medium asteroids and then a whole bunch of small asteroids, which should give us the maximum amount of asteroid chunks that we can then cycle around with quality. So that's my hope. And yeah, those are really the big goals. That's the requirements for this thing. If we can achieve that today, I'm going to be very happy, because that will be everything we need to survive out in this star system. Okay, so let's get that fluoroketone sorted. Once that fills up. Are we getting any ice? Come on, ice. Pick up. Life hack, the fish are free, you can just take them. Yeah, there we go. Ice is coming through, getting crushed. We can actually put productivity on that, so I might send some productivity modules. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That put productivity in the rocket silo, which I probably should be doing. But anyway, let's chuck those in. Thrusting McThruster face. Is that a mod that lets you see the planet from the spaceship? Yes, it is. It's called the Visible Planets from Space mod, along with the HD Planets mod as well that gives it a texture. I thought it was a very nice addition to the game. Just kind of makes it feel like you're actually orbiting. It's pretty fun. Okay, we got our fluoroketone. I'm going to make a save. Though I just want to do a quick test flight to see how crazy ridiculous these thrusters are. If this kills us, which it very much will, you know it's going down in the history books. Yep, we need those quality modules here as well. Not quality, the productivity modules. Probably need some speed modules as well. I might expense some of the good quality ones, or we could use... Now, let's just go balls to the wall. Let's do the big legendaries. Modules. Yep, we're ready to put stuff in here. I'm not automating the placement of these items just yet. I want to just do a quick test with the cursor. Because we still have to build the whole casino cycling stuff and the calcite crushing. This ship is definitely going to be a lot longer than it currently is. Okay, here we go, speed modules. Give me those. 2 will probably be fine. Alright, let's make a save. We got water in the tank. Are we all ready? How fast is this going to go? The weight is 184 tons. Let's fill the fluoroketone. Okay, that thing is full. Nice. Pipeline's full. Okay. Here we go. Are we ready? Let's put this up. Let's go to Vulcanus. Here we go. Whoa! We've got 1 thruster online. 2 thrusters. Okay, they're kind of phasing. Why are they phasing? Because we got two of these things. Oh, wait, we forgot to plug this in. Okay, hang on, let's head back to my office. Yep, that's fine. Fusion cells are okay. We need to plug this in. Actually, these aren't even plugged in anyway. Hang on. How is that filled with water? Oh. Okay, let's clear that. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got power. We got thrust. Again, we're at Narvis. Okay, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I think we're ready. Wait, no, we're not. Hang on. This is water. We don't want water. We want the ketone. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. Head to Vulcanus. When these are... Oh, repair... We already ramped something. Hang on. Let's try and get some lasers going. Turn off the thrust. Lasers, lasers, lasers. Okay, we need some more platforms. We could try and save some weight. There we go. This is so stupid. Alright, send us through. Waiting for rocket to arrive. Alright. 183 tons. How fast is this gonna go? If any of you science nerds wants to do the math, I'd be very happy. Our thrust is going to be... Whoa! 1,300 kilometers per second. Holy! It's too fast! Okay. We almost just lost the platform straight away. 1,300 kilometers per second. Okay. I think the ship moves. God damn. Alright, well, that answers the question. Yes, it moves. That was a quick jump. Yeah, that was like a... Well, I was playing Elite Dangerous. That's like a... That's a frame shift drive right there. Damn, that was awesome. Okay, now we know what we're capable of making. We can rejig this whole thing up a little bit later. So, part 1, check. We move. We can move. We don't have to worry about that. And that's just 2 thrusters. I have 10 more. Okay. Next. I'm a little flustered. That's actually... I was not expecting it to be that good. That is awesome. Okay. Next problem. This thing might need some real guns. Absolutely. This thing needs to pack a punch. So, Clever Science says, NYOOOOM. This thing is going to be awesome for Clever Science. We need guns. And not just any guns. We need all the guns, which means... And I have some quality versions of these. We're going to need railguns. More Dakar. Gonna need some collectors up there. So we need those guns, and then we need rockets, which I am for some reason struggling to find. We need rockets, and then we need gun turrets. These might even have to be in legendary. Yeah, these are going to have to be in legendary quality, I think. Unless we can afford to stick enough of them up front. Could probably do something like that. And then we need the laser turrets to deal with the little guys. Is this for in solar system or shattered? This is just going to be in the solar system. Or particularly, it's just going to make this distance here. I still want to achieve the shattered planet using vanilla ship parts. And then, you know, maybe once we do that and start having to automate Prometheum, then I'll just build one of these plasma thruster, fusion thruster ships. But I want to achieve that with vanilla parts. But just for this little trip here, for our space casino and calcite thing, then that should be good. MGs and lasers should be more than enough. No, because I want to travel in this space, which comes with the big rocks. Maximize our production of rocks. Yes, this is the big one. Exactly. Yep. This is no ordinary space casino. Nuh-uh. I can't even see up here. That's how ridiculous this is. Okay, we need some tunnels. I can't even see how far that's going to go. That is annoying. Gonna go out there, scary rocks. Yep. We're being brave. We're being big boys today. Those rocket turrets should be fine. Shattered Planet is not as scary as the other one. Hang on. I can demonstrate. Let's send this ship up to the solar system edge. This is Apollo 13. This is the one that was originally supposed to get through to the Shattered Planet. It failed miserably. Absolutely did not achieve it at all. But I believe it went to the solar system edge. No, actually, I think this thing failed. Uh-oh. Anyway, we'll leave that go. This thing goes pretty quick. 400 kilometers per second is not bad, but it took so many thrusters. Which was not ideal. Okay, now, cryogenic plants. I want to use some of these uncommons. On Thrusty McThrusterface to make explosives. There we go. That's starting to assemble. Gonna be a big hammerhead, this thing. Now, I think the loop is going to go clockwise this time around. On the previous ship, it went counterclockwise. So let's spice it up a little. I think we're going to need more space here for the ammo for these things. Yep, something like that. We probably need a second railgun on the sides here. Yeah, we need to feed these turrets. That needs to run through for the ammo. These need to be... Ooh, this is where it gets a little tricky. Okay, that works. And then I could do the same over on this side. Something like that. Yep, and then this is probably going to have to travel south. Ah, and as we can see, Apollo 13 is not doing well. God dang it. But yeah, as you can see, Apollo 13 did not handle the solar system edge at all because of those scary rocks. Let's have a quick see if we can salvage that situation. No, it's already lost it. Okay, that's annoying. I completely forgot how fast it goes. I'm gonna quickly blueprint this. Put it in my blueprint book so I can pick it back up. And then we can load the previous save. Yeah, this ship is probably going to be humongous, mainly because we need to produce all the ammo. I do have legendary foundries, which is good. Let me just bring this back up. Bring my blueprint book back up. We should be able to paste that down here. And I can delete that. Cross-save production. Yeah, that's really cool. So, ammo production. Where should we do ammo production? 3 things we need for ammo. Lasers is fine, but we need... Ooh. How good is our regular ammo? 25 versus 40. 25 versus 40. We already take out the rocks pretty quickly with bullets, so I don't think we're going to need to bother with the piercing rounds, so we can spare the steel, except we need steel for railgun ammo. We need copper for the copper cables. Explosives need a bunch of things. Okay, yep, this is starting to get a little scary. We need to be collecting rocks. Yeah, okay, so ammo's got to go up the front. And then around the sides, probably. This thing's going to be pretty big. Okay, let's... This is probably an unhealthy amount of pods. Storage bays. Let's start getting some of these storage bays online. We can do tunnels that jump across there. How big is that gap? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we don't have space to do any more, but could do something like this and then jump tunnels across there. I'm thinking of using a similar design to this when it comes time to do... Actually, we could squeeze a little bit more into here, because that's a two tile space. I'm thinking of using a design a bit like this on our revamp of Blunt Force Trauma for our Shattered Planet run. Just because it fits things together a little bit nicer. There we go, that should probably give us a good amount of cargo storage space. How's that looking for space? Ooh, we got a scroll bar. That's quick, that's nice. Okay. Should I design the space casino part first? Or should I design the ammo part first? I'm not exactly sure which part should... I suppose it doesn't really matter. We just need to increase the supply of whatever both is demanding. There's no upkeep for the casino side of the ship. So I suppose I just need to get the ammo side done first. If I'm to think about this critically. Do a little bit more of this. There we go, that'll probably do for storage. Maybe we can even do the same thing down here. Okay. So that is going to be the core of the ship, the cargo hub, if you will. And then we can have tunnels jumping across here to form buses. Because we love our buses. Buses are cool. Buses are, as the cool kids these days say, bussin'. I don't even know where that came from, to be honest. I am out of touch. There we go. That's going to form input ports. This is not going to be here. That's going to be somewhere else. Yes. Okay. Okay. So, main things we need for the upcycling. Just quickly do a quick platform over here. Main thing we need for upcycling is grab our legendary crushers. Number one goal is to make calcite, so these have to come first. We turn oxide chunks into calcite. Anything else we pick up, which will be the carbonic chunks and the other things, they first need to go to production, which probably means if we're collecting things, we need to do some belts that travel down the ship. Because fuel production and all the vitals for the ship probably need to go down the bottom. Although, all we really need is ice. We don't actually need anything else for the fuel, so that's actually kind of convenient. If all of the resources coming from the asteroids go on some big bus that loops around the ship, doesn't need to loop around the ship, we can have ice coming down the middle, which means calcite production could probably be done towards the top. This produces calcite and ice. Calcite is used along with ore to make molten ore, which we're going to use in the foundries to be producing everything else. At the end of the day, calcite needs to be processed up top. There we go. These guys will probably have productivity modules on them. Like that. Are these legendary? No, they're not. Hang on. Why are you not legendary? That's better. Oxide chunk needs to come out of you. We can do a little loop cycle here. Oops. Let's put this here. Ooh, okay. This is where this works. I actually have some legendary long arm inserters that we can filter this out with. These will be fast spinny boys. So they're going to filter the oxide asteroid chunks out of here to be reprocessed. And then we have calcite. These splitters need to priority output to the left. Calcite needs to stay in the processing area. Ice, however, needs to head somewhere else. So if we run some stack inserters here, and then we can do some tunnels. We can do some belts in the middle here. Before this gets turned into stuff. This needs to filter for jelly or something that we'll never find, so that I can safely have a tunnel exiting out of here without any of the ice making their way onto the tunnel. Let's filter these now. Ice, 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 ice. And then same thing for here. Calcite. Calcite, calcite, calcite. There we go. Do a bunch of tunnels. Probably move this. Something like that. Yeah, I'm liking how this is looking. And these can turn into a merger. Maybe. We might need to do some shenanigans here with the belts. Again, we can filter for jelly so that nothing ends up on the wrong side. The inserters are sorted. Why add sorters to the splitters? It's just to prevent any items from getting onto that side at all. So what happens here is calcite's coming onto this tunnel, but the splitters would be depositing items onto that part of the tunnel that we don't want, because we got the ice coming straight onto the splitter. Which is not what we want. And same with down here. I don't want any items ending up on this part of the splitter, although it doesn't really matter because it's just a couple items that sit there forever. OCD, I just don't really want any items on there. So putting something that's never going to show up onto there will ensure that they stay empty. Then we have ourselves calcite belt and an ice belt. So the calcite belt needs to turn into stuff probably along the sides here, while the ice needs to continue traveling south to the south end of the ship. Is there a special name for north and south of a ship? You get starboard and why am I forgetting the other one? Port. You get starboard and port side. Is there a name for north and south? Anyway, that's ice going to travel down there. This no longer needs to be filtering anything. That doesn't need to crush. That's all ice, which can then come into here and turn into stuff. Just to prevent that about the new F-150 starts playing. Oh no. I'll recap. It just prevents any items from ending up on this side. Normally you get these little 2 items that sit there all the time. Putting something that never shows up makes sure that they never end up on that side, and they always end up on the side that you want. It's a neat little trick. Fun little gag. Okay, so that should be our processing, and that is thankfully scalable, which is really nice. Neat. Yeah, it is neat. Now, here's the next trick. We have these oxide chunks that will be coming through. I needed that for my fish farm. Yes, it's very useful for spoilables as well, especially... I think I used it a bunch on Gleba. Nope, hang on, not there. I used it somewhere. Maybe not on Gleba. I used it a bunch on Ogora at some point. I used the grenades. That worked. And then on Narvis again, I used it a bunch somewhere. I think on the new system. Somewhere. You'll find some jelly as filters. But yeah, very useful trick. Something I need to send up is the legendary longhand inserters. So we're getting oxide chunks coming in. Any excess that don't pile up here then needs to end up traveling to a reprocessing center, because we don't want to waste anything. I don't want to be just chucking things out, although that's probably inevitable. So instead of just chucking things out, we're actually going to reprocess them straight away into... Hang on, let's grab one of these. Going to reprocess them straight away into something else. So if we chuck this in, yep, that's going to end up as something else. And we can already... No, I'll leave that. I'll leave that. We won't put quality in that, because we need to turn it into something else so that it gets turned into something more useful. Let's do the same setup here. There we go. So that should get reprocessed. And then the output needs to come out here. And we don't particularly care what the output is. It's just got to come out. It'll get filtered somewhere else. There you go. So that should all build up. Now we need a collection spot. Probably going to go somewhere up here. Actually, if I grab all this, we move it down here closer to the main ship area. Something like that. We can do the ammo processing directly up here and send the calcite upwards. Gives it a little bit more sense, because we need sense in this. Send some storage bays up. Nope, those are quantum processors. I don't want to send those. Alrighty, alrighty. Okay, so that's gonna be good. Calcite will need to split to the right, because we want the calcite to first and foremost travel... Oh, hang on, I need space. We want the calcite to first and foremost travel straight to making ammo, making ammunition. So this is going to go straight up. This is going to travel across and end up down here. Cool. Now, ammunition. 3 types of ammunition I'm going to invest in for this ship. Number 1, regular firearm magazines. Number 2, regular rockets. And number 3, railgun ammo. These are going to be the 3 things we focus on, so we can save all the steel for the steel plates. We can use the iron for the firearm magazines and the iron plates here for the rockets. And then we can save the copper just for the copper cables. But then we need explosives. They're going to take quite a bit. And we need water, which means the water down here needs to be resupplied up north for the ammunition, for the explosives. Now, explosives are going to be simple. Let's do, well, not really simple. Let's do the iron first. Iron needs to be coming out of molten iron ore melting, followed by 2 things. Actually, let's try and be a little bit clever with this. Okay, followed by casting iron and casting steel. So if we can set up something like this where we have pipes going in, and then we have some beacons fitting in, which we will expense some legendary beacons for this ship. Let's move these over here. And I will expense high quality modules for this. That's the basics of it. We need iron ore, calcite, molten iron, then goes into making those items. Okay, cool. Next. Sulfur and carbon needs to turn into coal so that we can make, where is it? Actually, I was going to use uncommons, wasn't I? Explosives with water. Okay, so then we need water. That'll come down from south where we're producing the thrust department. Autosave. Then we need coal and we need sulfur. Coal is a little bit annoying, but we can deal with it with legendary coal synthesis. So legendary chemical plants can do coal synthesis from sulfur and carbon. Sulfur we get straight out of crushing some rocks, which means that's pretty much all we need. Yeah, that's the crux of it. Because then we get some crushers here, which make that stuff. So that means that before any rocks end up going to the casino, the quality casino, they need to first turn into everything else that they need. And, oh, actually, yeah, that's going to make explosives. That's going to make firearm magazines, so that can go over this side. Explosives can kind of go over here. Railguns go up here, because then we need copper, which is done like this. We make copper ore, and then because we want to get as much copper as we can out here in space, we're going to do rare one of these, making copper cables, but that can't happen yet because we need to cast the copper into copper plates. There we go. So that's that setup. Now, I don't exactly know what the production rates of this is going to be like. So we're kind of really just winging it here. But I guess we'll find out. Okay, so. Fill all this in. This is a bit of a mess, but I can cut this, plonk it out here somewhere. This is going to be our main unit, I hope. This needs productivity. Casting iron. Okay, so then that needs to be extracted. We're going to use the same design as our train loader, or train unloader rather, to get a good amount of throughput. Space here is getting a little limited, so I'm going to cut this and move it down. Yes. Okay, so if that's going to be iron, this is going to be steel. Steel needs to travel right for the rockets. Iron needs to travel left and right, actually, so this is going to split. Steel needs to travel not for the rockets, but for the railgun ammo. I should really just copy this and paste it around. There we go. Let's give us a bit of a canvas space to work with. Alrighty, so assuming this is ice, we need to do a similar setup for the other ores. Actually, we will paste it on this side. Yeah, let's split this up. So that's going to go there. And then we can flip this for the other side. That's going to go there. We need to set up these filters. So this is going to be iron. This is going to be metallic chunk. And we need to change this as well. This is going to be copper ore. Yep, it's going to be copper ore. This side is going to be iron ore. Nice, and then we need to do the same to this side. So this is going to become carbonic processing. This needs to be carbonic chunks. This needs to be the smaller of the two, so that's going to be sulfur. This needs to be carbon. Now we're going to have a problem with the amount of items we have. I should paste this. Okay, so we're going to have an imbalance in items, that's for sure. Ah. What if I flip that? Yeah, that works better. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, we're going to have an imbalance in the amount of items we're going to have. There's going to be situations where we're not consuming enough iron, or we're not consuming enough copper, and then they're going to get backed up on the belts, and that's going to back up this whole processing thing, and the ship's just going to die a horrible death. So we need to take either side. Give it a priority split. And then any excess needs to just fly away. And we can use legendary inserters for that. That's just going to fly away out into space. So let's do the same over here. That's going to end up somewhere. Right, now. We need to get rocks into here. And then rocks need to exit from here if we've got enough of them. Probably onto some kind of belt, some kind of bus. That then travels over to the space casino, which will happen eventually. How many storage bays have I not set up? A lot. Okay, there we go. Let's send those up. Yep, and then we absolutely need more space for this. What I might do is cut this and paste it further up. This is going to be a very long boy. Very long boy. Okay, and then this moves up slightly. That's going to be fine for a unit. We copy this unloader, put that there. Sweet, that's going to unload our copper cables. Oh boy. What are we thinking so far, chat? Are we feeling confident this will work? So far, it looks pretty good. Casting iron, casting steel, maybe, yeah. It's a definite maybe. It's building up there. Okay, cool. From here, yes, ice needs to travel down for water. And ice is coming down in the form of this. Hang on. Calcite's joining up there. That's fine. This tunnel's coming out here. That's ice down here. Okay. That needs to move down. This probably needs to shuffle down a little bit. Because this ice is coming down. We need to... We gotta turn the ice into something, so maybe this needs to move back. Gotta turn it into water. The ketone can be processed down here. Yeah, this looks a little better. Yeah, and then the ice travels down into probably a manifold. I'm not sure how much ice processing we need to do, so I'm just going to split this. Copy it a couple times. There we go. That should give us an ample amount. I'm gonna pipe across that. Water needs to then jump. Where does water need to jump? Up here. Something like that. Then we need to get water all the way back up. We can easily do that just by running a pipe through here. This is the part where it's not going to be quite symmetrical. And then that water has to travel over to the right side. Yep. Okay. That's sorted. We don't need that anymore. So coal synthesis and explosives both need water. There's a high demand for water. That's a nice chunk. Okay. High demand for water. Coal synthesis, that needs to move over. Where do we want to do this? We need some kind of array. Perhaps this can do something like this. It's an excessive amount, but you never know, we might need it. Because then we can crash these together. And then pick them up with inserters. And then they need to be extracted somehow. So maybe... we shuffle these over. Yeah, I think this will work. This becomes a coal belt. Which means we do need to move this around a little bit. So we probably need to move it all the way down here. Something like that. And then the coal can come back up and join with the sulfur. Which then repeats the cycle yet again. Which means I'm going to need more space. Oh boy. Let's move this up. Move these off to the side. I never give myself enough space to build any of this stuff. Does anybody else have that problem? Does anybody like start building and they can never quite allocate themselves enough space? I suffer with that problem way too much. No, never. Okay. Okay. Okay, am I built into the tightest spaces I can? Okay. I see, I might be an underlying... I might be an outlier here. Why am I getting this wrong? This needs to go here. Yes, like that. Okay, and then that travels around. They get picked up and extracted. Being sarcastic. I mean, either way, it works, right? This is not going to make coal. This is going to make... Wait a minute. No, I'm not thinking straight. This is supposed to be the explosives. Which means it's bacon time. Woo! Bacons! Also means we need to get the water across now. Probably sneak the water in over here. Something like that. Water joins up with this thing and makes explosives. Productivity modules can definitely go into there. Speed! Speed and power! Ah, right. Okay, and then this needs to travel over here. This needs to be a little bit different. And then these items need to end up here. Something like that might work. That can jump across. And then we just have one of these inserters waiting at the other end. Nice. And then that loops, that snakes around. Yep, I think that'll satisfy them all. Do we have any more legendary chemical plants? We do. Awesome, that's going up. Cut that out. Okay, so explosives, arguably one of the hardest parts of this build, is now done and complete and ready to go. Except I haven't extracted any. Hang on. We should also think about using stack inserters instead to extract that. There we go, I like that better. The ice is, the water's coming through here. The ice needs to filter down there. Alrighty. So then the explosives need to travel somewhere. I think the easiest way is just up. Ooh. Ooh. That's better. Nice. Okay, that's going to travel and cycle, whatever. Okay, that travels up. Now we need to make the copper. Or rather, we need to make the iron first. Iron. So iron travels there, meets up in the middle, comes through here, and outputs onto the right. Okay. So we cut this. Move it up. Iron travels here, but so also does need to words the calcite. And it also needs to for the copper as well. So calcite comes up here. Probably needs to split. Then jump under here for the copper, somewhere on that side. And then that goes in to make iron ore. Heck yeah. Now, copper. Let's do the same thing over here. Copper's going to go there. Copper plates are going to be smelted. Probably here. really ugly piping. And then that needs to be turned into copper cables, which then need to be extracted. And so do these, but that can just extract into here. Nice. Then we need a crap ton of productivity. Before turning into ammunition. So, ammunition. We can probably just steal the ammunition setups from here. It's a little crazy, but we're gonna need it. Let's try there. Okay, we can't build all that. We don't have the materials. We will have the materials. That's gonna be... What is this? Just iron plates. Yeah, okay, so iron plates turn into stuff. Steel needs to turn into steel plates as well. Coming back here, we can copy this setup. There we go, big production. And then the railgun ammo, we can copy the same setup as well. Something like that. Oh, and we need some regular speed modules, which should be going up. Yeah, everything we need should be going up in rockets. Yeah, looks like it is. That's good. Except for storage bays. I can send those up. Storage bays. Nope, those are pods. Storage bays and storage bays. Then I need some legendary inserters. I have some sitting around here somewhere. I'm not sure where they are sitting though, so... Oh, actually, they might be in the spaceport. No, they are not in the spaceport. Okay. Nice. Good to know. Yep, okay. Whoops. I'll have to make those later, but there we go. That should be our supply. Railguns need copper cables. How do we set it up here? Copper cables have their own... Yeah, we need a lot of copper cables on their own belt, so that's what's going on here. Copper cables need to go up there. What if we flip this? Can we flip this? Something's gone wrong there. What have I just screwed up? Hang on. You go there. Ah, okay, hang on. More like that. There we go. So the copper cable comes up through the middle. Like that. And then the steel comes out and meets up with the explosives. like that. That's going to be railgun ammo sorted. That'll come out on this side. Ready to feed into the railguns waiting up the top. The hungry little rainbows. The hungry little railguns. Why did I say rainbows? Explosives also need to then split. And we need to flip this. So that the explosives can join up here with the iron, which is over here. The iron needs to join up here. So in that goes, in the iron goes, and that's all of the ammo belts fed, I believe. This one is going to say jelly on one side, and same with this, so we don't have any sort of pass through. Alrighty, I think that's the ammo sorted and ready to go. I think we could probably just create a quick, easy filter system here. Jelly on the left. Yeah, there we go. So that's bullets, explosive, yeah, bullets, rockets, railgun. Now, how do we load that into weapons? Oh boy. Okay, so we need... This belt here needs railguns and rockets, which should in theory be easy to do. Question is, how many railguns do we need? How many collectors do we want? That's going to be a lot of collectors. That's too close to each other. Ooh, okay, hang on. What if we did a design like this? Wait, hang on. No, that doesn't work. What if... What if we did a design like that? Be able to take out a lot of rocks. We have a collector in the middle. And if we cut that and move it back here... Oh! And if we copy that... Ooh! Then we're getting some good coverage on our rock collectors. Yeah, I like that. Let's get rid of this. And then. Oh, we can't quite... Okay, what if we shifted this upwards? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That works nicely. And then we have an extractor with a tunnel. The most dangerous thing in the universe. Yep, I'm liking that better. Let's replace this. How much of this can we erase? Not that. Okay, that's fine. Railguns online. So that's going to cover a good amount of space in front of the ship. Now it all just needs ammo. And power. Everything needs power. Question is, do we want a bigger reactor than this? I don't know how much power this thing is going to consume. It looks like we're at power consumption limit. If I do a quick rate calculator on this. Nope, that's not going to tell us anything. How much power are we demanding? 132 megawatts. That doesn't sound right. $130. Okay, we got 1 megawatt there for the railgun turrets. Wait, why is that dropping? That is so weird. Okay. Oh, anyway, let's get on with this. So, ammo, that's probably going to be good for weapons. However, we do still need rock collection. And we still need to assemble thingos. We still need to do the casino part of it as well. I'm gonna place gun, laser, gun, laser, lasers. This tunnel goes here and then pops up at the end of this. You head over there. You turn down here. Before then needing to jump. I think we're going to need to do some belt weaving. Look at us being intellectual. Then jump that across and we can feed this turret. Feed these turrets. Probably feed a turret in the middle here. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna flip this around. And then this needs to belt weave. How many across is that? Yeah, okay, something's not up here. That goes there. Pops up on the end of this belt here. This then snakes around like that. Yep, there we go. That's weaved. That's where the ammo for the gun bullets go. Yeah, something like that, I think. Now, if we just be a little lazy and run this down, and then back up in a loop like that, we can do a test flight pretty soon, I think. Alright, so we have rock collection there. Can't see how far that's going to go, which is really annoying. Okay, what do we need now? Lasers. Got rocket launchers, probably need some more rocket launchers. Probably put a couple of them over here as well, in case it gets a little hairy. There we go, that should finish up. So that's going to be the bullets belt. Then we need the railgun belt. Railgun and explosives. So bullets. Travel up. Grab one of these jelly filter things. There you go, that goes in there. These need to crash into each other. And then they need to join up probably to this belt here. You know what? Let's rejig this a little bit. Let's run this down the middle. Something like that. I think that looks good. That should be our big ammo loop for the front of the hammerhead. Nothing left to do now but wait until we can supply that. So, these things don't have power to collect rocks, which is a annoying problem. It is an annoying problem. Thrust. This thing is weighing 2,000 tons, which is very heavy. So these things are probably only going to output enough thrust to push this thing maybe... What do we reckon, chat? 7.2 giganewtons for 1,700 tons. It's probably going to do like 900 kilometers per second or something is my random guess. Yeah, okay. Question for you, chat. Do we go balls to the walls with all 12 thrusters? Or do we just go with 2 or maybe even 4? What do we do? This is probably going to be really stupid. 20 thrusters. I don't have enough material for 20. I have 12. I have 12 thrusters. Good thing is the thrusters can... The factory must grow. Good thing is the thrusters can connect up with each other. So if I cut this... Let's do a bit of a redesign here, shall we? What is this ship for? It is for calcite production and... Oops. And it's a new space casino. So if we do something like that, and then we grab our legendary fusion thrusters. Did something cool like this. Oh, actually, no, we can't do that. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Fusion generator. Fusion, yeah, generators. What can we plug this into? You don't want it going faster than it can process resources. Well, we just have to process the resources faster, right? And collect, yeah. What's a neat way we can squeeze this in? Okay, hang on. What if we did this? Wait, what just happened? Place, damn it. Also, welcome Eric to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Then that water needs to go somewhere. This is gonna be really stupid. Okay, fluoroketone. I need to keep the ports exposed. The water needs to travel across. Aerospace science ship, and it turns out even at very slow speed, it completely fills the half belt for chunks so fast some collectors don't even have space to output. Yeah, I'm planning to have some big buses on this thing to try and combat that problem. But I have no idea what sort of numbers to expect. We are quite literally flying blind here. To boldly go where no man was stupid enough to go before. There's only 30 kilometers per second. Oh, yeah, okay, that is pretty slow. I think mine travel pretty quickly. I think mine travel at about 100. Okay, no, that's not the right one. Yeah, I think this one travels at about 100. We have 3 thrusters down here in normal quality. We can speed limit this if it gets a little hairy. We can use some pumps and drop the speed limit. If it comes to that. I think this is way more fusion plants than we actually need. Oh boy, what am I doing with myself? What am I doing, chat? Making history is what we're doing. Making memories, that's the important part. Okay, that's almost all the fluoroketone. Actually, how far can this jump? Oh, I almost can. Okay, that's annoying. Yeah, we got no other choice unless... Wait a sec. Ooh. That's a better connection. And we can fit some accumulators in there. Oh, I like this. I like this. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing a thing, chat. We're doing space. Okay, so then if I copy this, flip it, jump that there, that travels over here, connects up there like that. Okay, that's our hot fluoroketone. Space spaghetti, yes. Space spaghetti is a good way to put it. Welcome Thoracic Meat to the stream. Hope you've been good, having a good time. Having a good day? Something? Words? Okay, then we need to get water into here somehow. I think we can do that yet again with another pipe. Oh, this is compact. This is compact. Just run these all the way up. Gotta wait for that to place, but then we have this set up down here. That's our emergency system. We need to plug these together. I might rotate this around. This platform doesn't look like it used to. Something's missing. Uh-oh. What's missing? Oh, I think I know. I think I know what you might be referring to. Yeah, it's shrunk a little bit. It's not rounded anymore. Wait, are these not going through the middle? That is through the middle. Okay, it's just a little lopsided. Yeah, nothing in nature is completely symmetrical. Okay, that's going to be an issue. Ooh. How do we deal with that? That's not fun. These two pipes are going to mix. Unless we got rid of that reactor. Yeah, that might be the answer. Unfortunately, that might be the only way we can deal with that. Which is fine, we probably had too many reactors anyway. So that's fluoroketone. No, that's water. That's water, which needs to run around the sides here. Then we need a ketone. What if we squeeze this in here? Oh, can we? Oh, not quite. Hang on. What if we squeeze this in? No, that needs fluoroketone. Okay, never mind. Fluoroketone is here, so we can run this on the sides. Connect those up together. What if we did 2 of these? And then this runs in down the side. Ooh, that's kind of looking cool. Symmetrical, we like that. And that way we probably don't quite need legendary cryogenic plants, but just for the sake of it, I'm going to do just that, just for the sake of symmetry. What else do we need? Probably some more. We are going to need quality modules. Let's send some of those up. And we need to send another generator up. So not generator, reactor. We need to send another reactor up. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm hoping this can supply that many. 5 can do 10, but then there's a little bit of neighbor bonus as well. Hopefully that's going to be able to power everything. Okay. I wonder when I can call this thing ready. Probably can call it ready when I actually get the rocks collecting. We got no power still. What are we expecting for power? 231 megawatts. Well, that's not correct because that doesn't add up here. 2.9 megawatts. We probably need more power coming from this. The solar. Why can I words? We gotta not do that. We gotta save that space. We'll probably put some solar panels in here though. Can we squeeze some solar panels around? Yep, they'll go in here nice and perfectly. Nice and snugly. Because we're getting better at designing ships. Let's put some accumulators in. Alright, that's still not enough power. 6.5 megawatts. I wonder if I need legendary solar panels. 150 kilowatts. I mean, once the power of this thing gets started, it'll be fine. Oh! Ooh, that's something I forgot. Forgot something, chat. We need to get the fuel cells out of this thing. How am I going to get fuel cells into this? That's something I completely forgot about. Oh no. Crap. Crap. Okay, that's not good. We can supply these three with fusion cells. What's going on here? Hang on, we can save some space there. Ooh, okay, we can do this. With some belts. Some undergrounds. And then we just need one to come through here. That's fine. Something like that. We can run a splitter. And that'll keep them fueled up. And then we can put the solar panels back in here. Squeeze these in the side here. Oh yeah. That gets the fuel cells in, and then we need the fluoroketone, which I need to put a assembly machine down for. There we go, something like that. It's not symmetrical, but it's the best we can do. So let's fill this in. Probably want to conjoin these together. Ah, but this thing's not connected. Okay, hang on. That's unfortunate. Means we can't have our solar panels in there, but that's okay. We can put accumulators in instead. We could move these up a little bit. And squeeze a couple more accumulators. Ignore the beeping, that's not this ship. These will end up being buses. We can then run straight into the cargo hatch. Same with these. Yeah, I'm liking the way this is looking. What do we think, chat? Do we have a shot at this? Yep, okay, cool. That's ice. That's gonna head down. Ice needs to... Oh yeah, that all needs to head down for water. Yeah, and then that comes back up for the water pipe. Okay, cool. Not a whole lot left to do, except... we just need the initial starting power to get this kick-started. Now, how do you all, chat? How do you all get your ship kick-started? I don't think solar panels are going to cut it. I mean, maybe a nuclear setup? Ooh, yeah. What if we did a nuclear hybrid? It might need some big tanks on the sides or something. Do we need the rear? But the problem is... now we got water, I think. Water will come through. I built solo as if going to Folgora on almost all ships. Okay. I have a look at these. These guys need fuel. Which means we need to create a request for fuel. Let's quickly do that. And I also need to set one up to request fusion cells from Aquilo, which will be our fuel stop for this ship. Oh no. Uh-oh. What do you mean, oh no? What have I screwed up? Okay, so that's going to request fusion. Center reactor isn't getting fluoro. Oh, you're right. I built this whole little thing in the middle and then I completely forgot to actually plug it in. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I did that whole thing there. Awesome. Okay, so that's going to get fluoro. These guys are outputting fluoro to the back. Oh, oh, ooh, we got power, we got power. We just need more fluoroketone now. They're online. We're not getting fuel. Dang it. Okay. How do we solve that? think... So input, yeah, you're right. Okay, I think we gotta sacrifice some more solar panels. Jump that over. Get some of these going. There we go, there's fusion. Thanks for pointing all that out. Okay, we got power. Whoa, we got a lot of power. Oh yeah. Okay, power's sorted, which means these guys can finally... Jesus Christ, how much stuff have they picked up? Okay, we need to sort that out. That flips around. That flips around. That comes around, and that comes around. These will eventually probably be on buses that go around the outside of the ship, but let's just humor this for now and put it through the middle. What am I doing? Maybe lube tanks. What do we need lube tanks for? Lubricate the thrusters. Resources on the bus go up and down, up and down. We're going on a school excursion, kids. Flip that around, bring that around. Cannot build on empty space. Well, build, damn it. And then the bus needs to somehow make its way down south. We can probably just do some tunnels here. Maybe you'll need it, and then you'll be like, damn, I needed those. No. I think it's fine. No, we'll probably... Maybe we'll deliver the legendary lube barrels to the Shattered Planet. Maybe that'll be our trophy. Instead of fish. The fish has a spoil time of 2 hours. I don't think that thing's gonna last. Actually, hang on. How long does a legendary fish last? Ooh, 5 hours and 14. If we can get a legendary fish to the Shattered Planet before it spoils, that'd be an achievement. The last thing it gets to see before it perishes. Which is kind of a morbid thing to think about, actually. Okay, we can do a double bus. And then this needs to be sorted. There we go. So that's going to bring all those resources down to here. Then we need to sort them, so... It's an interesting challenge. Not sure it's possible without thruster stacking. I guess we gotta do thruster stacking then. Sounds like a challenge. I like taking challenges. Even if they don't fare me well at all. Okay, so we got metallic chunks going in here. Oh yeah, and now we got ores. Carbonic chunks need to come through here. And then the ice chunks can travel straight through the bottom. Yeah. And then this is going to produce everything but ice. Hopefully. Yeah, we don't need it. We don't need so many solar panels anymore. They look cool down here, so I'll leave them, but everywhere else, we don't need them. This is going to get rid of the... We're swapping the ice chunks into other chunks because we really don't need ice. We really don't need oxide chunks. Okay, and then this is then going to feed back up into here. This is going to be jelly on the right side. There we go. Yeah. I'm actually feeling good about this, chat. There we go, that's all placed. So the bus should now be a loop. Calcite's going to travel upwards. Eventually. It is pretty slow though. It would be nice if we could speed that up with beacons. But I don't think we have any space for that. So the only way to speed that up is just to copy and paste over here. That's fine. Can we think of anything else we're missing? Oh, hang on. Yes, I can. This belt, which is supposed to be for the railgun ammo, is not complete. It's not a complete loop at all. Hang on. Okay, and then this needs to travel across like that. That needs to snake its way around. Like that. Okay, that should be the ammo loop done. I think I'm probably going to have to protect the sides, but I'm going to wait first until we can confirm that this works and collects rocks. Once we can confirm that, we need to build the actual casino part of the ship. And we can probably also shift the ammo stuff up here. How big is this ship gonna get, I wonder? That looks like pretty good coverage, so if we just keep traveling forward, we should be good. Oh, but when we stop at Aquilo, that is going to cause issues. With things coming down the side. Yeah, we're definitely going to need some sort of protection on the sides of the ship. Yeah, okay. So that's fine, that's fine. This may or may not be enough ammo production. Probably won't be. Yep, we got fusion power. How much fluoroketone do we have? Not enough. I need to pour some more in there. All right. Is that enough fluoroketone? It probably is. We still don't have any form of ammo. Oh wait, this is copper going the wrong way. Hang on. Whoops. This copper needs to go over here. The calcite needs to go over here. That needs to mix together. Then we need the iron ore. Like that. There we go. Look at those fat stacks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, now what's going on over here? Why have you guys not made enough stuff? Because we don't have water. We don't have water because we don't have ice. No, let's get some tanks going on in here so we can gauge that we actually do have water. They've made some, which has gone into filling one of these thrusters. No, it's gone into filling a few of these thrusters. Oh, this needs to be connected. There we go. Maybe. It should eventually go. Yep, that's filling, that's filling. These aren't filling. Why are you not filling? Fill, damn it. Fill, damn it. Water should be passing through there. I guess we just gotta wait for some more water. Some more ice. Which is really slow because we're outside Narvis, so... one little trick we can perform is scooting over to Vulcanus just a little bit and then heading back to Narvis. Circuit condition, we're just gonna say loop. Loop is greater than 50,000. And I'll do the same here. So it's a condition that will never fire. So once it reaches the destination, it'll just stay there forever. Okay, we should have got some more rocks out of that quick burst of speed. Yep, we did, which means we have ammo. Oh, we have ammo. What I need to do is set the target priorities as well. Let's quickly do that. Huge, huge, huge. Okay, then we need to do the same for these guys. Actually, we need to set to ignore the unlisted targets. Don't want railguns shooting tiny rocks. That would be a waste. Big, big, big. Nope. Autosave. Nice. And then same with these guys. They can shoot the mediums and the smalls. But they'll prioritize the mediums because they're first in the list. I think that's what happens. Yeah, it gives an explicit order in which they pick the targets. So that's how that's going to work. And we don't want to we don't want to ignore the unlisted target. No, we do. Ignore the unlisted targets. Okay, there we go. And then we need to set up the lasers. Lasers should only be doing the small ones and then maybe the bigger ones if things get hairy and there's no other small ones to go for. Because they can take them out, it just takes a bit of time. Alright, there we go. I think this ship, once we get some rockets in, should be ready to go. Begs the question, what's going on? Ah, that's what's going on. We don't have enough tunnels. Please request. Please Gib. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 fusion thrusters, which each produce 7 giganewtons of force. This is going to be a bit silly. Do I have any legendary... I don't have legendary bulk inserters, but I do have epics. Might send those up. And then we can rely on the epics to jettison some of the excess cargo. This is going to be epic. This here is going to be epic. All of you guys are epic. The excess over here needs to then end up in the space casino. This is exciting. Cool, there's our bulk inserters. Nice. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, we're ejecting. That's all right. We are ejecting. All right. Holy, that is flying. Damn, that feels somewhat wasteful, but okay. Anyway. Why are we still not making... Oh, shoot. Damn. Okay, I got these mixed around the wrong way. This is not good. Means we have to screw this around. Okay. Get rid of that. Undo. This needs to jump under. That's going to be the sulfur. The sulfur. The sulfur. That's going to meet up with here, but then the sulfur also needs to jump somewhere else. How are we getting sulfur into here? Oh, it's coming through that. Okay, yep, we don't want that. Sulfur then needs to jump. What am I doing? Splitter, splitter, splitter. I need a splitter. That'll jump there. Do we really not have splitters? Okay. That should get the sulfur around. What's going on here? You don't have carbonic asteroid chunks. Oh. That's stuck in a loop. How do we deal with that? I think we have to send this around. Oops. Like that. Input priority on the right. That'll loop that around. We'll probably have to do the same thing with the other resources. But there we go, there we go. We're making coal. We need some productivity in here. Which means I need to send some more productivity modules. Actually, that's just been done for us. Nice. To sort these out, there's so many. Okay, Thrusty McThrust face is, I think, just about ready to go. Once we get sulfur up in here. Why are we not getting sulfur up in here? How is... What? Right, okay. Let's not split that early. Yeah, that's better. I think. These guys are waiting to get rid of their coal. Oh, shoot. Belt weaving time. We copy this. Can't believe I forgot this as well. Oh wait, no, we can't belt weave. There's not enough space. Dang it. There's not enough space here. There's not enough space up here in space. Okay, let's try something like that. This gives us the space to do this. That means the coal can come through there, going up with this belt. What's happened here? You guys are traveling that way, you're traveling that way. Right, okay, this needs to come around. Jump there, this is going the wrong way. This is a mess. Okay, that'll do. Coal then goes through there, makes explosives. Yes, there we go. We have explosives. Okay, that's cool. Means we now have railgun ammo. Huzzah! Not nearly enough though, so... What's wrong? Why don't we have coal? We don't have coal because we don't have carbon. We don't have carbon because we don't have rocks. We don't have rocks because we're not moving. Not moving because we're not moving. Oh. 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 I don't know if anybody saw that. I don't know if anybody quickly glimpsed over at the speed meter. That is a lot of rocks that just flew past us. Yep, this thing is definitely going to be collecting rocks. In fact, I don't think it's going to be collecting them quick enough, so I'm going to assist it a little bit. And build some more of these. And I need another one of our... I shouldn't be using jelly to filter this. I should be using fish. There we go. Fish. Fish filters. Then we grab our inserters. Why are you not inserting? Because you can't insert. Okay, that's fine. Tunnels, please. Tunnels and splitters. Yeah, there's so many rocks out there now. That really did work. Oh, hang on. This is filtered to the wrong side. There we go. Railgun ammo locked and loaded. Oh! Here we go, rejig this around a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. Why are you out of ammo? Because we're not feeding you with ammo. Okay, there we go. And you're not filtered correctly. I didn't even see you all there. There's so many just hidden away. Probably cop. Actually, no, we're gonna need more of these. Never mind. That isn't even on the right. Oh no, hang on. We can do this. Insert from there. And from there. And now we're out of stuff. Okay, but this is working. This is coming through now. Looks like we need some more rocks, but I'll wait for those inserters to come down first. Not come down, come up. Give me waiting for rocket to arrive. How long does it take for a rocket to arrive? Oh, it's waiting for the inserters to arrive. Right, okay. Can probably... Oh, damn it, that's on the map. Probably just pick those up and chuck them in. Go, 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 go. Alrighty, how crazy is this about to be? I'm probably... Okay, I'm gonna make a guess. This thing's probably gonna kill itself. Let's be honest. What speed do we reckon this thing's gonna top out at? I'm going to make a wild guess. I'll wait to see what everyone else's guess is first. How many kilometers per second are we gonna hit? I'm thinking it's going to be something stupid like 2,500 kilometers per second. This thing is going to be a warp drive. Okay, looks like that's all ready. It's 2465. Alright, let's make a save. Before we inevitably go splat against the surface of Vulcanus. Let's go. Oh, oh, autosave. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah, it's so fast. Wait, we're doing it. We're at Vulcanus. Oh my goodness. Did anyone catch the top speed? I think that was 1500. Alright, now we got rocks. Damn, that filled up quickly. Okay, I think we're gonna need some faster inserters to get rid of these rocks. Holy crap. There's a modded thrusters, no mind. Yep. We got fusion thrusters in legendary quality. Oh, we filled up the belt. Okay, that's good. I wanted to do that. Let's double lane that. Ooh. That was stupid. I love it. That worked. That was terrifying though because of the weapons, but we are full on ammo, so that is good. Let's make another quick trip. Oh wait, repair pack. What did we get? What did we damage? Oh, one of these guys got damaged. Okay, so we're gonna need some more turrets. Let's set some up there to try and protect these guys. Although, yeah, we're probably going to need legendaries to get some range on that. Yeah, that was crazy. That was insane. Yeah, these guys can't run because, again, we need to do this loop thing. Alrighty. Shall we try it again? Boom. Ah! Ah! 1500! It's so scary! Ooh! We lost a railgun, no! You have a mod that allows it to go that fast? That's insane. Yeah, it's the fusion thruster mod. It adds a new tier of thrusters that gives you 7 giganewtons of thrust at legendary quality, which I've made them all legendaries. Damn, we lost a railgun. That's not good. But this thing is going to be a lot slower once we start adding the rest of the Space Casino stuff to it, which is why I'm using these. That's why I've opted to use these thrusters. Because I know this thing's going to get a lot heavier. It'll become brick. So if I grab... How much are these consuming? I think one of you yesterday, I think it was Eric. I think you said yesterday that you get a legendary pump can restrict or can supply 10 thrusters, and these consume the same amount of fluids as non-modded thrusters. So if we grab some legendary pumps, which I may have sitting on one of these ships. Yeah, there's some there. Ship's coming back to Navis, so I'm going to drop down the legendary pumps we have sitting on here once we get to Navis, and then we can send those up and try and restrict the flow. Did, yes. Awesome. Good to know my memory's not fading. Yeah, we need to restrict the flow. So if I grab some legendary of these, plug those in, we can try restricting the flow based on which planet we're heading towards. That is a lot of rocks. Because we know for a fact certain planets will provide a bit more of a challenge, so we'll have to throttle and slow down. But if this thing can handle max speed between just 2 planets, such as these two, then we can let loose, and then we can just do circuit-based thruster mounts, which is really cool. Does mean I'm going to need to receive some signals, so let's grab a radar tower as well while we're at it. Because then we can wire these up. There we go. This will enable disable... No, hang on. How do we do this again? What was trauma? Enable disable if the fuel amount reaches... Oh, no, if a fuel signal reaches a certain amount. Okay. Wait, how do we read that then? Right, okay, so we need a signal based on the amount of water stored in these tanks. Means I probably need to get rid of one of these tanks. Let's get rid of this tank. I need that tank. This is going to read the contents. We need some combinators. Arithmetic, I think, will probably do. Then we need to send some signals based on where we're going. So again, radar tower. We could do some power poles as well if we really wanted to. No, radar tower will do. Plug these together. That needs to read where we're moving to. Yep, okay. So we need to read where we're moving to. This probably won't be Vulcanus anymore. We can change this to Fulgora. That'll be our main route. Avoiding Gleber at all costs. Circuit condition. I'll just put lube in there for now. 50k. It's greater than. Get rid of Vulcanus. Okay, so. We can read a signal. And then we receive the signal. I'm gonna say lube. Lube! So if the signal is Agora, then we need to throttle this. Enable disable if Agora is less, or is... Wait a minute. No, hang on. We need multiple of these things. Uh-oh. Okay, let's try this. This is really scuffed logic. Plug those in, plug those in. Let's grab those pumps. So we're gonna have how many destinations? Aquilo, Solar System Edge, Narvis, Fulgora. Okay. Circuit condition. Actually, for Aquilo, it's going to be when the fuel is full. Which means... Any requests... No, requests satisfied. Fuel. Solar System Edge is going to be when... Our capacity is too strong. Which means I need an arithmetic. Why can't I find it? Arithmetic combinator. This thing is going to... Oh my goodness. Oh, wait a minute. No, hang on. Not that. We need a decider combinator instead. Decider combinator. Plug those in. So the signals are going to be... If the... Where am I looking for? If the iron of legendary, or if the copper of legendary, here we go, or if the carbon of legendary, we don't really want carbon, do we? No, actually, I don't want carbon either. I just want copper and iron. So we can discard everything else. If the iron is greater than... What's the cargo capacity of this thing? 12,000 storage slots. 12,084 times... Let's say 12,050 times 50. 602,000. So if we have 602,000... Actually, yeah, we can use an arithmetic combinator. This is going to say legendary iron and legendary copper. This is going to be an AND. If the output is greater than... Oh, actually, no, the output is just going to be a signal. And then we need a decider combinator. No, we can do another arithmetic. And then we can say Navis, Navis, Navis. If the output... Do we have any symbols we can use? Fire. Liquid. Stack size. What's a good thing? Pick. Sure. If our pickaxe... Legendary pickaxe... No, this is going to be Navis. Yeah, if our legendary pickaxe is... No, hang on. We need a decider combinator for this. And I'm getting my combinators all screwed up. Combinator there. You plug back into there. Okay. If our legendary pickaxe is equal to... Oh, now is greater than or equal to 602,000. Let's do 600k. Then we output a signal that says Navis, and this basically just says to go home to Navis. If this thing receives an interrupt to say, go home, you're drunk. Circuit condition, if Navis is... What is that for? No, okay, hang on. Let's change this signal, because Navis is actually a destination we can read. What's a good signal for not for home? We have a home signal here. Ghost. Speed. Block. Snowflake. No, I don't like any of these symbols. Probably just say input, store things. Input equals 1, okay. So if the circuit is the input symbol, if this is greater than 0, then we head home. We go to Navis. Save interrupt. Cool, okay. So basically, once this thing is full, it should go home. Which is what we want. And then it'll go home and it'll dump all its stuff. Now, we need to read the signals. So if Fulgora is... No, that's an arithmetic. We need a decider. If Fulgora... No, if Navis is our signal, then we go full speed ahead. What's a good speed for this? Let's go blue signal, which is warp speed. Enable disable this if we got warp speed. Okay, yeah, I'm going to need a little bit more space for this, I think. Let's move this over to here. This is going to be warp speed. And then... How do we do this? Then I need to throttle the next step. So if we're going to Fulgora, we need to slow it down a little bit. So if the input signal is Fulgora, then we output a signal of... You ready? Let's do green. There's not orange. So that's going to be green. Okay, this is where it gets tricky. How do we... Oh, we can measure speed, can we not? Read speed. Speed is going to be the literal speed symbol. I saw it in here. Speed. There we go. Read speed. So if now we need to do an arithmetic. I think. Hang on, let me test this. Arithmetic. We need to read the speed. So this is going to be speed, 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 speed. Why can't I find it? Speed. There we go. It was speed. Actually, no, I can do this straight in here. What am I doing? Speed. If speed is greater than or equal... Oh, no, if speed is less than... I don't know. What's a good speed to handle? Let's say if speed is less than 800. Then we output a green signal. If the speed... Oh, that's just full speed. Okay, and then we do the same thing here. This is going to be for Aquilo. If the speed is greater than... is less than 600, then we output a yellow signal. And then the danger zone... Let's get this wired up. The danger zone is going to be the solar system edge. This needs to output a signal of red, where we will probably slow this right down to 300. Yeah, okay, I think that should work. I can see some problems about to arise, but we will ignore that for now. And then this needs to be yellow. This needs to... Hang on, this needs to be blue. If that is equal to 1, then we fly. If this is equal to green, equal to 1, then we fly. If this is equal to yellow, then we fly. And if this is equal to red, then we fly. Okay. I think this will do it, chat. Blue, yellow, red. I probably don't need this many, but I'm small brain, so that's all I can think of right now. Okay, yeah. And that's ready to go. That's pumping water. If I make a quick save, we can test this out. Thrusty McThrust face. Let's go to Fulgora. Woo! Okay, too quick, too quick. That's turned off. That's turned off because we're going too fast. Why are you not? Oh my goodness. Okay, hang on, hang on. Why are you not outputting? Less than 800, greater than 0, you should be outputting green. And. Wait, these need to be ands. Why are you not? Why is this not outputting a signal? Hang on, it is outputting a signal. Green signal. Oh. Okay, hang on. Output on combinators. I thought having them all wired up would mean that they all receive... Yeah, there we go. There's one. Okay, so we're at Fulgora. Let's head back to Navis, which means we should be at full warp speed. Why are we not at full warp speed? Because that condition. There are different color wires. True. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Why are you not heading to Navis? Not enough thrust. And you have not enough thrust because... Oh, wait, no, you're kidding. Okay, hang on. Do you mean to tell me that because we're not actually moving to... Uh-oh. We're taking damage. No, we're taking damage. Okay, that's alright, we're repairing. We gotta be quick. So you mean to tell me that because we're not actually traveling to, even though we've scheduled and pressed the button, because we're not actually traveling to the next destination, it's not going to output the signal? That sucks. That's very annoying. Okay, in that case, I'm going to need another one of these. That's going to have to go on this side as well. And this thing is going to need to be wired up. We need another combinator. That connects to this one. Enable disable if the speed is less than, let's say, 10. So now he's going to pump. I'm going to paste this onto here. Less than 10. You're going to pump. Except we have no water. Why do we have no water? Oh, because we have too many of these things. Uh-oh. Let's quickly just trash them for now. Except we can't. Okay, that's annoying. Can't because we don't have any parts. Well, that sucks. We don't have any parts to actually trash items. Okay, that's very annoying. Means I'm gonna have to grab a blueprint of this. Stick it in here. And then load a save from 4 minutes ago before we took off. Alrighty. Oh, what? Okay. That's different. That might be because of the Sure. That didn't snap correctly, probably because this is a modded space platform hub and the modder didn't make it work the same way. I don't know. We should be able to just read the speed from there. Straight out of this thing. Okay. We have the parts. Yep, we have the parts. Are we discarding now? Yep, we are. Cool. Okay. Let's make another quick save and test the speed. Okay, here we go. Algora. Woo! Okay, speed's dropping. Are we pumping water? Water's coming through. Ice is ready. Alright, Falgora. Okay. So in theory, because our speed is now going to be less than 10, we should be able to pump some water through. Yeah, we got water coming in through here. Ice is coming through. Oh, that's a very full bus. Oh boy. That's too full. Uh-oh. Crap. Okay, what we might have to do for this setup is move it and just get rid of these rocks. Yeah, we might have to do that. Okay. Okay, we can just discard those rocks. We're gonna have so many rocks, we don't need that many. Okay, can we jump back to Navis? Yep, max speed. Water's dropping quick, that's not good. Oh, and we're taking some damage. Okay, but we got back to Navis quickly, so that's good. I might adjust this so that it does actually demand a certain speed. Navis and speed is less than... what's a good speed? 800. Let's try 800. Let's throttle the speed to 800 instead of 1500. Okay, that water's filling up. Yeah, these are slow. I definitely need to get some sort of speed beacon going on here. Maybe we try that. Let's try some speed bacons. So we need some more legendary speed modules. Send those up. I'm running out of them. But hopefully, I'm running out of them because we don't have enough legendary ores to be able to make more of them. And part of that problem is actually we have too much carbon on here. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that carbon. There we go, carbon can sit in there for a little while. Okay, hopefully that sorts the ice problem out. The icing problem? How did you solve the icing problem? Calcite. That's a good amount of calcite. So now we need to start storing it. Which we can do here. Because we want to store calcite. Which also means I need to add that to the combinators here. And we probably need a second arithmetic combining these together. This is going to say legendary pickaxe and calcite. No, I don't want and. What am I thinking? I don't want a bitwise. I am not thinking straight. I want calcite. We want that to be an addition. Then we can output the signal of the legendary pickaxe again. This is going to be plus, not and. Calcite needs to be red on here. And that's the export. Go home, you're drunk. Yep, nice. So are we counting that? Yes, 1.2k. We're counting the calcite. Oh, yes. We are counting. That is a good feeling. This is full, so we're going to assume if it's full, we can just send it out to here. This, at the moment, is just going to be a trash disposal, but that's going to eventually become the space casino. Which will probably just run down the sides here. Yeah. So we're just waiting on the turbo splitter for now, and then we can do another test run. How are we thinking, chat? How do we think this is looking? Is it going to survive a trip? A full trip down to the area of death? The solar system edge? There we go, that's filled. We probably need to do the same thing here. Yeah. Do a quick little fish filter on the side there. There we go. Need some tunnels. Yep, okay, hopefully this works. I'm feeling good about this. Hopefully you are too. We probably need to change this to... Actually, no, let's not change that. We can add some slots up here. Okay, apparently not. What are we missing? Storage space. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, it's no longer symmetrical. Oh no. All right, I think we're ready for another test flight. See how this goes. Thrusty McThrustface. Go to Fogora. Warp speed, Mr. Zulu. Oh, that bar just flies. Okay, we definitely still need some way to increase the amount of bullets we can send out there, because that is getting a little scary. What can we do about that? Suppose I could change this. Oh no, hang on, I didn't want to do that. Change this here. We can do something like that. Do something like that. We could get a little bit more coverage. I'm definitely going to have to go for some legendary turrets, I think. But we made it to Fulgora. So now, what's this like? These things are still full. Why are you still full? Green signal. All right, it's full to give it the initial burst. Okay, let's jump to Narvis again. Okay. That worked. That was fine. How much stuff are we getting? Heaps of rocks. That's really good. Heaps of rocks out there, holy. I'm gonna make another quick save and then we can send the ship out. Man, yeah, that is a lot of rocks. That is awesome to see. Not many ice rocks, though. Starliner Vulcanus, how did you just run out of ammunition? Okay. Sure. Don't know how, but alright. Can we push this thing now to the next step? Aquilo. Actually, no, we should go to Fulgora first. Then Aquilo. Via Fulgora. What's going on here? Why are these thrusters not firing? Oh! Okay, we're going too fast. But does it make it to Aquilo? And how much ice are we going to pull? Okay, okay. Yep, ice is coming through. Nice. Okay, okay. I like it. So that's how we get to Aquilo, and then we should be able to do a full run to the solar system edge. Then the question is going to be, can we come back? Yeah, that's a lot of ice chunks. That's exactly what we want for the calcite production. This is backed up, but that's okay. That's going to be sorted by the Space Casino. Ammo's looking really good. That barely touched the ammo, which is nice. Nope, we're losing part of the ship. Sure. Okay, and then we're losing the rest of the ship. Okay, so it looks like the ship goes too fast, which you all probably guessed was gonna happen. Yep, that's to be expected. Okay, but it moves. In fact, it's getting faster because it's getting lighter. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Okay. So, I can't even look all the way up anymore because it's getting smaller. Yep, that was destroyed. Cool. Okay, so let's come back to our save. That was 3 minutes for the round for the trip. That was pretty good. Let's start getting that space casino online because that's going to dramatically increase the size and the weight of the ship. Means I need to... Actually, I think I've already done it. Yeah, we have 200 legendary crushers sitting in here. So, how do we want to do this? We'll get rid of these for now. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This is the part where the ship is probably no longer going to be symmetrical. I can try and make it symmetrical. If I cut this. Copy that. That might make it symmetrical. I'm just going to need a lot of parts for that. No, that wasn't quite symmetrical. I needed one more tile out here. Yep, okay, so if that's both sides... we need to process some items here. Okay, so we need legendary crushers. How are we going to do this? We need to cycle the metallic asteroid chunks with quality. And I have a good surplus of epic quality modules. So we can chuck those in. They're going to receive. And then they're going to output. Something like that. Okay, and then we copy this. Flip it. And run it on the same belt, probably. That's going to be one set of rocks. And then we need to do that again for the next set of rocks. This recipe needs to change over to carbonic. Now, any spare ice asteroid chunks also need to do the same. Probably not going to have quite as many though, but just for consistency's sake, I'm going to copy the same amount of crushers. So if we do cycling on one side and crushing on the other side... Actually, no, we don't need to do crushing on the other side because we won't have that many legendaries. Yeah, okay, you know what? Let's do 2 separate belts. One for iron, or metallics rather, and one for carbonics. Metallics will go in there, carbonics will come over here. And then we need the... oh, that's right, yeah, the spare oxides are getting swapped and then sent back in. Yeah, okay, that's fine. In that case, we don't need any of these oxides. Yeah, no, we don't. Cool. Then they need to output to a bus. Or do we instead run an output on this side that's of quality? Like if we use filters and we just say greater than normal quality, yeah, we could do that. Oh, hang on, I need to copy the filter over. Yeah, maybe we do that, and then we don't need so many of these things here, because that was a little silly. Gonna make a small amount of this first. I think I'm going to have to move this up. So that we can fit. Nope, that's going to move up a little bit more. So that we can fit each different type. So this is going to be going through there. That's going to be dumping theirs on here. Same as that. And then this is the part where we need to probably get it onto the other side of the ship. So we'll probably do a pass through the middle there. Why is Starliner Vulcanus running out of ammo? Why are we running out of ammo? Oh, I forgot to add a circuit condition. Yep. Circuit condition. Ammo. Oh, I forgot to rig that up. Okay, one sec. How did I do it again? Starliner Aquila. I think I had a circuit rigged up here. Yeah, here it is. I had this circuit rigged up here. That I can probably just copy over. Yep, right there. Needs a wooden pole. Green cable. This needs to read. Hold. Yep, so it's reading the contents of the belt. And then if this thing receives a signal that the piercing rounds magazines is less than a certain amount, like 400. Oh, so is greater than or equal to 400, then we can go. Otherwise, don't go because trouble. We would die. Greater than equal to 400. Nice. That should be all set once they get their wooden pole. There we go. Now that's reading. Cool. That saves that ship from dying horribly. What's going on here? Why don't we have available on planet none? What's going on here? Guys, that work. You ain't working fast enough. Okay, I need to put some speed modules in you. Fancy green ones. There we go. That'll do for now. In the meantime, we can keep designing. So carbonic chunks go down in here. Iron chunks come through here. I'm gonna have to run a splitter here just for the time being. This needs to be carbonic chunks on one side, metallic chunks on the other. Then this runs on a bus. So does this. We can probably merge that onto a splitter as well. Filter fish. Let's do the same thing. And then that runs into there. No, hang on, wait. That doesn't run into there. Oh no. We've got a carbonic chunk in there now. Whoops. That needs to instead go somewhere else. What I wanted to do is run a tunnel here. Ah, nice and elegant. That then splits and does all that shenanigans. This then jumps to the other side where it gets quality cycled even further. So this is going to be base quality because we're going to get a lot of those. Then we copy this. This needs to be uncommon. Yep. Oh boy. Okay, and then this comes out. Something like that. That's all going to end up over here eventually. What's going on here? Oh, you have a normal. Okay. Right, I did not take that into account. We need to filter for normal quality rocks that may not have been upcycled. And dump them back onto this belt. Which means this belt also then needs to go in a loop. Ooh. Ooh. Complicates things a bit, doesn't it? Big ol' sushi belt. Okay, in that case, what we might do is run these on either side. That might be the simpler option. Then we can delete this. This probably needs to merge together. Yeah, look at that. So then this needs to loop back around. Then join this side. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Something like that. There we go. This needs to be fish filter. Then I think we can just copy this. paste it a bunch of times. Same thing here, copy that. Paste it a bunch of times. So that's going to be one module. We do need to turn the ice somehow though into something else, so let's quickly do a filter. This is going to filter the oxide chunks. Hopefully into something else. Copy this, flip it. Switch this to oxide. Yep, just going to be waiting on the bulk inserters now. Yep, just going to be waiting for parts now. That's going to take a while. In the meantime, over on this side. Wow. We're gonna need to cycle the better quality ice as well. Change this recipe out for uncommon ice. I keep calling it ice, it's actually oxide. Okay, and then we end up with a bus of just random stuff, so I need to sort these out. Metallic chunks need to end up on this belt. And then the carbonic chunks of any quality needs to end up on this belt. And then the rest needs to end up on the belt all the way down here. No idea what that's going to end up with. Then this needs to... Oh, okay, hang on. Let's move this across. Filter this for fish yet again. And then this needs to jump and merge. Join back into here. So that we can cycle it back around again. I feel like that's not going to be enough of a bus though. Oh, there we go. We're getting some blues. The quality in here is plus 9.4%. Yeah, okay, so we're close to 10%. Why is the bulk inserters taking so long to arrive? Let me just go and grab some. Lube! Lube, lube, lube! Where are my bulk inserters? There we go, let's grab that. Chuck those in there. That should get transferred quickly. Except it wasn't for some reason. Okay, back up here. Quality... Oh. What are we ending up with? Ah. Okay. Okay. Quality rocks ending up under this belt, which is a problem. Boy, okay. Which means the ice needs to end back up here. Oh, that's painful. Why am I mind blanking? So we got rocks here. They need to end up through this filter. Which then needs to filter iron. Oh. Okay, I need some sort of intelligent bus design. We've got the two different rocks coming through here. They're already filtered, so I don't need to filter anything else. Because of the minus 25% streamer debuff. Yep, that makes sense. Carbonic comes through there. Iron goes through there. Which then mixes up onto this mixed belt. Yeah, okay. Then this iron needs to be filtered out again. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this one bit. Let's erase that. Okay, so... maybe we don't use a shared belt. I don't think we'd be getting a good throughput from that anyway. That's going to output, input. This is completely normal quality up here. This is not normal quality up here. Which means this needs to loop back around. And follow a bus back up to the top. This comes down to join up with the rest of the quality cycling. And then we copy this. This is going to be for iron. Yep, this is going to work, I think. And then we do one more for ice. Which then arrives up here. That's going to be our 3 rock types. I think that's all. Yeah. What if we did it lengthways? Wait, yeah, what if we did it lengthways? So if we then take this, flipped it around, paste it in here. Yeah, we're gonna have to repurpose one of these. Let's use that to jump across. Then we designate the 3 bus lanes. So we got bus here, which is going to form into here. Let's erase these now. We got ice on the outside. Metallics. No, I don't want metallics there. I want carbonics there. Metallics on the top. Well, that's what we want the most. You're going to go into there. You're going to go into there. You're going to go into there. However, we have a problem. This isn't necessarily going to output those items, so we need to run a bit of a filtration system. Suze, have a good one. Alright, you too. Thank you for stopping by. I'll catch you in the next stream. This needs to filter for the 3 rock types. Yep, okay. 3 rock types. Metallic, carbonic. Let's move all this up. Yeah, okay, what if we did a system like this? Then that merges, this becomes fish. That then merges into here, we do fish again there. That becomes the iron, the metallic rock lane. Then we do the same thing here. Ooh, okay, I like this. Then we copy the same thing one more time for ice. For the oxide chunks. Except this time, we need to merge them differently. Like that. Then we run a tunnel going under here. Ooh, that's nice. Kind of forming a bus here now. So then if we copy this, this needs to work a little bit differently here, I think. Actually, no, that works. Ooh, that works. Wait a minute. Wait. That's awesome. Yeah, the way that works. And then that just merges. Actually, that doesn't even need to merge. That can just form the bus. Like that. However, this is the quality item, so we need to say this is greater than normal quality. Same thing for here, greater than normal. Greater than normal. There we go. And then the rest of it travels leftward, so then we're probably going to need a similar system here. We can get rid of this now. Wait, hang on, what am I doing? Yeah, okay, I did not think this one through. Okay, that's going to form those. That's the bus for the quality rocks that then get cycled into even further qualities. The rest of the normal stuff comes through here. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, and then, yeah, the normal stuff comes through here. So then we need to filter out all the normal stuff into their respective categories. which we can probably do at the end. Assuming that that just runs up like that. Assuming that that just runs up and down like that, we can probably do a quick filtration here. Yeah, okay, so if we copy this, change this up to say just equal, we don't really care about the quality anymore. There we go, equal. This then needs to jump. And we can flip that. I want to make sure that this is a filter for each bus lane though. Which means I probably need to provide some space in here. We don't need that extra one there, that's already going to be filtered. Okay, then we can copy that and somehow paste it. Where is this going to end up actually? This needs to probably merge up like that. We can get our fish filter. Copy this. Yeah, this needs to plug into there. This needs to plug into there, and this needs to plug into there. Okay, and then we need to do that one more time. Like that. That might work. Except this needs to travel... What if we copied it again here? Yes. Yes, I think that works. Then we can delete this. Delete those, and then this runs down into there. There we go. A little bit messy, but that should sort them all out. So that we get 3 nice bus lanes. Traveling upwards. Pre-filtered. Which is exactly what we want. Then we gotta merge it back into here with priority. So metallic is on the inside. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, but that needs to meet up here. Oh, okay, hang on. Metallics need to end up on this belt. Carbonics need to end up on this belt. Ice needs to end up on this belt. Ice, for some reason, was on the outside. Okay, let's change this around. Yeah, we want... No, never mind. No, that can't work. We gotta flip them around. Okay. Poof. This has to turn around. This comes down here. We have our fish filter. That drops down there. There we go. Then we need to do the same to the carbonic chunks. There we go, something like that. And then we got to do the same to the ice chunks. Something like that. So then that ice chunk comes in. I don't think we have ice chunks coming in from anywhere, so that'll work. Okay, let's see what this does. All right. What's going on here? That's the normal. That's... Oh. Okay, we need to send this, plug this into here. I think that'll work. What do we think, chat? Does that look good? If I copy this now, paste it a few times. Then we copy this, run this up. Will it work? Will it work? We have mass production. Mass production of quality, please. How are we going over here? Okay, we do have some stuff going on here, which is nice. This needs to loop back around. I can flip, this can come down, join up there, so that loops back around. Got a full loop again. This needs to come up and loop around. Yes. This needs to join up around and loop around. Something like that. We need to do one more for here. Jump that across. That'll merge. Way too many times. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is copy this. Actually, copy both of these sides a few times. Same with this, we can copy those. There we go, that should give us a bit more coverage. Then we can come around to the end of times. Yeah, let's just copy this a few more. Oops. A few more times, there we go. Nice. Now we need to change some of these recipes at the end. So this one's going to be metallic epic. Same here. And then this one's going to be metallic rare. So let's copy the ratios over. So this is going to be carbonic epic, carbonic rare, and we'll do the same thing down here. Carbonic, no, oxide epic, oxide rare. There we go, something like that. That's just going to sit there until it gets processed, except it's not going to get processed. It needs to be looped around. We can probably just run that up north. This one can run up north. This one can run up north. There we go, that'll loop around. There is one last thing to do though. And I really wish I combined all this into here, but anyway, let's run a filter. This is going to filter out the epics. Sorry, not the epics. This is going to filter out the legendaries. And then we need one more here for the legendary oxide chunks. Now these need to run through a bus. Because they need to be crushed. We'll probably crush them down here. Yeah, we'll crush them down there and we can run one of these down. Cool, so that's going to be legendaries. I would like these to swap over. I don't think they can. Okay, we'll just have to deal with that. So these need to head down and get crushed. Oh, wait, no, there's not enough space to do it. Damn it. Okay, we're just gonna have to merge. Yeah, we're just gonna have to merge them for now. Fish. Fish solves everything. Okay, crushing's gonna go down here, but first of all, we need to split the oxide chunks. Because oxide needs to be treated a little bit differently. We don't actually want oxide chunks. At least not in legendary, because legendary calcite and legendary ice are kind of not the most useful thing to us right now. We don't need them. We get plenty of them from the technomancers. So what I'm gonna do is copy this. Oh wow, okay, we do not have enough space for this, but okay. That's gonna run up. This is gonna run down. So the oxide we want to be cycling into literally anything else. And if we get anything but, if we get oxide again, then we just come back here and merge. But then if we get anything else, we can send that back over into this area here. Where's my fish filter? There's a lot of fish filters going on here. That can join up here. There we go. Okay, and then that's going to head over to an actual crushing area. This is going to crush metallics. Actually, you know what? No, that's right. We said we wanted to do the same thing with the carbonic chunks as well. Okay, I'm going to change this to metallic. Swap that over. Metallics are going to come straight through there. We need to copy this, flip it over. This will be on one side, because this will need to loop back. Carbonic chunks and legendary, that's gonna go through there. Oh, hang on. That can go through there. Nope, hang on. What am I doing? This isn't gonna work. This needs to be carbonic. This all needs to end up back on the same loop. That'll end up on the same loop there. We can copy this one more time. Not that we'll need it. There we go. We can wishful thinking. We can hope for it. And then this needs to filter out the ice chunks again. And so does this. Oh! Whoa, 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 we just got our first one! Wait, that's... Oh, that's cool. We just got our first legendary rock. How did that happen? Okay, that's really nice. This needs to... That'll filter. And head back into here. Then we need to copy that again and filter for carbonic chunks. And that'll head over in there. And then this can join up with this, with the little fish filter. Nope, on the left. There we go. Cool. That should be a full loop for that cycle. Then the iron comes, or the metallic chunk comes over here. Oh wait, we got two of them. Oh, that's awesome. Drops down here and then gets crushed. With a small chance of coming up with another legendary. Let's... Oh. Should be able to just copy this design. This is going to be legendary. Legendary iron. Legendary... Legendary inserter carrying legendary rocks. Yep. That translates really well. Ah, and then this needs to be, of course, legendary crushing. We can grab this, flip it around. I think we just lost those rocks. Dang it. Okay, and these need to move back. Okay, then we need to grab this filtration system. Why is this going the wrong way? Ah, because it's merging, that's why. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can have that merge. We should have another merge going on here. Yep, we do. I don't know what sort of throughputs are going to come out of this. Throughput rates. That's going to jump out there. That's going to be copper. That's going to be iron. And then they need to head back to the main bus. To then go into the cargo pad. The cargo hub thing. There we go. That should be our legendary copper and iron going into there. Cool. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Sure as heck hope it does. Just need those last few pieces now. We've gained some weight, which is good. Need some crushers. Do I not have any more crushers? Goodness, I do not have enough crushers. Okay, that's a problem. Crushers. How do we make more crushers? Do it in here. Legendary crushers. Chuck those in. Oh wait, I'm carrying the crushers. Oh. Whoops. I think I can put a fish filter on here, actually. That'll save any resources getting stuck down there. Cool. Okay. I think we're ready for a test. So if I make a save, we send it to Falgora, let's see how fast it goes now with the added weight. Oh no, hang on, I spy a problem. We need guns over here. Oh no. No. We need guns. I cut that. And then we move it over. I don't know, how far do we need to move it over? Probably to about there. The railgun ammo needs to travel down through here. I copy this, put it there. And I can copy this. And put it there. Oh, that's missing out just a little bit. Okay, hang on. If we did something like that instead, might work a little better. Oh god. This thing is huge. Yeah, we need to do some weird contraption here. Yep, that'll probably do. And then we copy this. This can run down here. We can probably copy this. Do need some rocket launchers. There we go, something like that. That's gotta get around. Something like that as well, and then... Oh, hang on. Oh, gross. This thing's too big. Okay, so that's gonna be one side. Oh, I gotta mirror that and flip all the belts around. That's gonna be horrible. Alright, I guess we're doing it. Laser turrets, we need to send some more up. There we go, those will send up. What do I need? Is that ammoed up? That's traveling across from there, nice. We could probably even... No, we can't. Maybe? No. Yes. Yes, we can. We can fit another gun turret. Oh yeah. More guns. I might actually use one of these, a splitter, to fill this ammo up. That might be a little bit more compact. And then we gotta get these filled up, which is easy to do. Can we copy this? Put it there? Yeah, we can, we absolutely can. There we go, there's another rocket turret. And there we go. That's gonna ammo that up. A little bit of wasted space in there, unless. Yeah, there we go. This is a big hammerhead. So that should give us plenty of coverage for rock and for railguns and whatnot. Now we have to copy this and flip it onto the other side. Like that. It's gonna be like a big cargo scoop. Big rock scoop. Yeah, but then we gotta flip all the belts around. Oh, jeez. This is gonna be a bit of a pain. Okay, we might wait for that to construct. Flip this around. Send that across. Send that over. Now, rocks. They need to deposit. Down here. We need another fish filter. Or jelly filter. No, we'll just do a fish filter. I like fish. Fish filter, that's gonna dump onto the left. That'll come across. We need another one here. Copy that configuration. There we go. Okay, this one could probably just dump. Yeah, we can double lane that. Nice. So let's copy that, flip it across. What happened here? The heck's happened to my ammo belt? That's not looping around because... Ah! That needs to flip. And this needs to flip. And then that needs to join up here. Let me grab a fish filter. No, hang on, that's the wrong... What am I doing? Oh, those turrets aren't even on the other side. Okay, we can get rid of that. This needs to flip around. Oh god, all of these need to flip around. Okay. Something like that. Somehow the wrong ammo's ended up on that belt. I'm going to ignore that. I think we might be good to go. Maybe. Just waiting on some bullets to come through. Why are the bullets not coming through? Yeah, there we go, that's why. Is that on the middle? No, that's on the side. Need another epic inserter here. Whoops. There we go. Let's bring that back. Copy that, paste it there. I think we're looking good. We might be looking hot here. Getting a clear, large amount of rocks going on. Why are you... you're the wrong way around. There we go, that should loop around. There we go, there we go. Fingers crossed this works. Okay. This looks ridiculous. It's a massive slab. Oh, it's so ugly. Form over function, I guess. No, function over form. The other way around. Why do we have so much railgun ammo in here? What the heck? Get rid of that. So much ammo in here. I need to just send it down and destroy it. I think that's all I'm going to do. Alright, here we go. I think it's ready to give this thing a shot. Save the game. And let's send it. Oh, we got some rocks. Nice. Send it to Falgora. Okay, speed's looking good. And we're at Falgora. Ooh, that worked. Okay, I'm still a little nervous about the speed here. Damn, look at those rocks. We got so many rocks now. Oh, that is awesome. Which should now be getting converted over. How many rocks are ending up over here? Not enough, but that'll probably sort itself out once we get this thing moving. Gonna head back to Narvis. I want to pay attention to the thrusters here. I think there's too much thrust coming out of here still. So if I flip that and that, cutting off both thrusters, we should now be speed limited. There we go, back at Narvis. Okay, this is cool. Heaps of rocks. I'm happy about that. Yeah, what do we think, chat? Should we give it a shot and send it to... Oh, actually, I see a problem. I see a bit of a problem, actually. We have no weapons on the sides of the ship, so we're really just relying on this thing moving fast. Yeah, which means we can't stop for refueling over at Aquilo. So what we need to do now is we need to set up the quality route. We need this to run between Aquilo and the solar system edge until we're full. So the condition needs to be item count. So if the cargo has... No, wait, hang on. Signal. Circuit condition. If our signal of the... What was it? The pickaxe that we did? Legendary pickaxe. If that is less than... how much are we going to say? If that's less than... Not 0. Let's do 600,000. And we need to make sure that we have enough fuel. Item count. Fuel. Actually, we could probably say just request satisfied, right? Request satisfied fuel. Yeah, there we go. So we have enough fuel. Wait, no, this can say request not satisfied. fuel. So if we don't have enough fuel, and we don't, and we have, oh, okay, so, man, I am getting this so mixed up. If we don't have enough fuel, or we have, no, this does need to be satisfied. If we have enough fuel and we don't have enough rocks, then we just keep bouncing between Aquilo and the solar system edge. Is that right? Circuit condition, any requests 0. Circuit condition. Ah. How do I do this? Target station would be the solar system edge. But then once we get to the solar system edge, you want to unload. Once we get to the solar system edge, yeah, let's rename this. Quality route 1. Save. We need to do, well, quality route 2. Actually, I should use the symbols. Gotta get used to using the symbols. Quality route Aquilo. Circuit condition pickaxe. We set this up to go like that. I think that'll... They're gonna fight each other though, these two things. So I need to make another signal. Yeah, I need to do another signal. So if we grab decider combinator. And then we can read that if we're currently traveling to the solar system edge, then we output a signal of... What's a signal we want? Let's use the ice. No, hang on. Let's just say 1. And then if we're going to Aquilo, then we can say 2. So then if we're traveling... Maybe we just need to give it a try. Let me just make a save. I'm so bad at circuits. Sorry, guys. Sorry, everyone. Okay, let's just send this. What does that signal give us? Oh wait, we're traveling to Gleba. Whoops. I have a feeling we're still traveling too fast. Oh. Barely holding on. Wait, are we doing it? Are we actually pulling this off? Holy crap, we might actually be pulling this off. Okay, now's the big scary. This is the big scary one. We are taking damage. Okay, we're taking damage over here. Railgun's got to start working. Damn it, we lost a piece. Why isn't the thrust throttling? Oh, it kind of is. Which one of you is pumping? None of you are pumping. Hang on. Yeah, okay, that didn't work. Why are these signals not less than 300? It's not less than 300, so you shouldn't be pumping at all. So if you're not pumping, how are you getting water? How are you full of water? Where are you coming from? Okay. So the problem that we're having is the thrust is not throttling with the pump system that we have set up. And that's not good because that means we're just going at full speed. So, why are we not throttling? We got water coming through here. The only places that water can come through what the heck? The only places that water can come through are these two pipes here. Somehow they're getting through. That one's working. That one's working because we're at Narvis. So if I set this for Fulgora, none of them should be working. Okay, that one's working. Why are you working? Speed is less than 800. Okay, that's fine. Let's change that to 600. Yep, that's gonna flicker. That's gonna pulse. Nice. Then we've stopped at Fulgora. Okay. So then if we jump to Aquilo... If we jump to Aquilo, this should be less than 400. We want to throttle that down to 400, which means this thing... And subsequently this thing should not be pumping at all. Oh, this thing! Hahaha! Found it! That water was getting in. Okay, so now this water should be depleting, which it is, yes. Speed is going down. And then they start pumping again. But they do pump a little bit too quickly. Okay, so then for this one, we can probably drop that speed down to 300. This one, we can drop the speed down to maybe even 80. Gives it some time to breathe. It's going to hit 80, then we're going to get a speed boost. Yep, just a little bit of a speed boost. That's good. Why are you extracting? What? Why do we have an inserter extracting? Okay, here we go, here we go. I think it's working. Oh, that is a lot of ice. Oh shoot, that is a lot of rocks. Oh, crap, okay, in that case... This needs to turn off the filters. This needs to input from the right. Same with this, and same with this. And then we probably... Yeah, the rest should be fine. Oh, look at it. Our casino is casinoing. We're qualitying. And we're not dying. Okay, we've lost a few pieces. Here and there. Is that a medium? Yeah, we could probably supplement that with some lasers. Laser scythe would be pretty funny to put on here. Okay, laser turret. Put a couple down there. Couple there. My goodness, this actually kind of worked. Holy. This is slow. I'm going to have to increase it. We could probably even run it all the way up to the top and maybe even do a portion over here. What do we think, chat? Do we call this a success? Okay, maybe not quite. I do need to get some sort of guns out here. Gonna narrowly miss us. Yep. I would say that was pretty successful. Okay, we're already getting some ore. So what's the production rates of legendaries? 100 per minute, 120 per minute. Oh. Compare that to... I mean, I guess we could compare that to the rest of the factory. Hang on. Global statistics, legendary. We were previously doing... for 10 hours. Previously, we were doing like 100 per minute. But that took 5 ships. Now, all of a sudden, we have 1 ship doing this. Okay, this is really cool. Yep, we need to send the ship back home. Oh, but... no, hang on, that's not the signal. That's the signal. We need to switch that probably to 200. God damn. Okay, we just lost that part of the ship. 2 minutes ago? Autosave? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so that went pretty well. I would call that a success. It's progress, it's progress. Okay, so... I need to throttle this a little bit further. Let's keep that at 80 as well. Let's do them both at 80. Then we can full speed ahead to come home. Drop that to 300, and then just light speed all the way home. Nice. Okay. So we need to run guns all the way down the side. We need to copy all this and paste it up here. We could probably even move it across and squeeze another set on the side. Yeah, okay, that worked pretty well. It's gonna take out some platforms, is it? Yeah, that's fine. We'll fix that when we get home. Thrusty McThrustface is making it. He's doing us proud. How much power do we have? Ooh, okay, yeah, that is jumping all over the place. That's fine, though. Yeah, ammo is getting chewed up like crazy. We're probably going to have to increase that somehow. Oh. Oh, hang on, we're not producing iron? Why are we not producing iron? Because we have too much copper. We need to be getting rid of the copper. Right. Okay, that's a problem. Easy fix. Yep, and then that's going to come through. Plenty of ice for our calcite. Oh, crap. No, they took out... Okay. Damn, they're taking out the quality cycler. Okay, that's fine. How's our calcite going? It's not. Oh, because we have too much ice. I'm not venting the ice. Okay. That's an easy fix. We can vent the ice. Probably just over here. We grab another one of those epic inserters. That's going to drop here. There we go. That should vent the ice, which then allows the calcite to pass through and then get stored in here, which is exactly what we want. Who needs Vulcanus now? Oh, and we got a whole bunch of iron ore and copper ore and legendary. This is exactly what we want. Don't think we need these anymore, so we could probably drop them. Cut them off. Oh, yeah, that's going to cause some damage. Yeah, that's going to halt the ship, but that's fine, that's fine. We did this. We got this. So the idea basically being that this ship is just going to be traveling back and forth between Aquilo and the solar system edge, collecting rocks, because we have a crazy amount of ice asteroids, yeah, oxide asteroids, near Aquilo. And that's going to give us plenty of ice, plenty of oxide chunks to convert into calcite, which is what we need for our operations on Narvis for the 1 million science per minute. So that's really, really good. Blunt force trauma is coming up behind. The shame we couldn't go super speed. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. It's a shame we couldn't go the super speed, but makes sense. These rocks are pretty painful. If we could somehow increase the railgun damage, we could probably afford to research that. Oh, but that's not going to do a whole lot for us, actually. Yeah, I'll research it. It's cheap. Yeah, these are completely backed up because of the ice. That is a bit of a problem. Hopefully we have enough ammo to get us home. Nope, we don't. Okay. Why don't we? What's happened to the thrust? Oh, because we're going home via Gleba. Okay, can I add? Gleba to this? Yep, that might have worked. Nice. Yeah, in that case, we should probably change this to just say Gleba instead of Fulgora. Item count. Let's dump the cargo. If calcite is equal to 0, then we can go. Everything else will follow suit. Oh, ammo is not good. We lost a railgun. We lost a lot of railguns. No. And that really sucks. Oh my god. Shit. Okay, no, that's not good. That's not good. We gotta jump back. No. Oh, not like this. I thought, okay, so the problem there is we ran out of ammo, and we ran out of ammo because I'm not venting the items, and we're not venting the items because I don't have the parts to finish off the tunnels to vent the items. So, do we change that over? No, we need to change that to Gleba. Let's turn off the thrust. Turn off the thrust. Change that from Falgora to Gleba. Get rid of this condition. Change this to item count. Calcite equals 0. Calcite, I said, equals 0. Okay. We gotta quickly make some changes. I gotta sacrifice some parts from somewhere. Iron. Yep, we need to get rid of these. Oh, come on. Oh, you're kidding. Okay, hang on. We're doing this the cheesy way. Do this with the ghost cursor. There we go. That should give us some iron. Should get us the much needed ammo we need to go home. Turn the thrust back on for a bit. Power, speed. Yeah, okay, this is pretty good. Almost home. Okay, I should be able to go full thrust from here. Full throttle. There we go, we're home at Narvis. Okay, let's turn off the automatic thrust. Do some repairs on this thing. So, I should be able to cut this. All of it. And move it over a little bit to here. Here we go. Then, what if we Oh my god, that is a lot of copper. Holy, that's a lot of copper. Kind of a shame, really. We can probably use it one day. Can I? Cut this. And say, paste it out over here. And then copy this. And then paste it here. Can I do that? Oh, can I do that? Oops, we don't want that. Will this work? I wonder. Wait, I think I need to copy this. That goes there, and then that needs to go there. We copy this. That goes there. Yep, okay. That might have worked. This needs to filter out here. Where does this need to go? I'm lost now. What if we undo all of that? Then I copy this. Oh, I see. Yep, okay. And then... Oops. Nope. And then I need to redo all of that. Till we run out of steps. There we go. And then... this cuts. Pops here. Maybe. Ah, no. Okay. Cut all that. We can paste the whole thing here. So that runs into there. That runs into there. That runs into there. There we go. Oh, yeah? There we go. It's a little lopsided, but that'll work. That'll grind a lot of rocks. And then we need to do this whole thing. I think we need to redo this area. Okay, ice chunks end up on the bottom side, which ends up being the top side here. So that's where we need to chunk this up. I think if we just do that, that would work. But then we can also split that and continue that along as a bus. We then copy that, do it again over here. This needs to travel across. That's the metallic. We need to split that. Probably into here. These are the carbonic chunks that's going to come through here and get split there. So we can split that again. Maybe. I think I need some rocks to visualize this. It looks like we also need a lot more crushers. Can I make any more? Yeah, I can. What's up with you? Why are you low? You're out of plastic. How dare we be out of plastic? There we go. Got a bit of a stockpile. Okay, plastic, plastic, plastic. You go in there. Okay, while we wait, how is everyone doing on this fine evening? Hope everyone's having a good time. Anyone else playing Factorio right now? Oh no, we're out of engines. How dare we, I say. Engines, shove those in there. I don't know how many of these things we need. And it's not telling me. I'm gonna have to check the... What do we call it? Do we call it the ledger? What do we call it? This thing. Request for construction. I guess I wanted to call it a ledger. Let's just chuck these in here. That should then go up. There we go. Railgun damage. Not sure why I researched that, but there we go. I decided it would be what we would research. Okay, that's still going. Actually, can we do productivity now? Our ship has been running for quite some time. We should have some Prometheum science coming around. A little bit, not too much. Oh, bulk inserters. What's wrong with the bulk inserters? Why do we have so many drones everywhere? I think I need to disconnect the tree farms up here. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea to have them running all the time. Yeah, okay, I think that's going to come across with... That's ice. So the ice needs to jump into here. Yes. Not sure what this is here for. Okay, and then we have a splitter here that jumps across. That should sort the carbonic chunks. Yeah. Yeah, we should be good there. This does not need to split. Alrighty. Almost ready to do another test run. Oh yes, the ice. I need to fix the ice. I can now vent. What's wrong with the ice right now? Oh, it's this problem again. Okay, hang on. Problem is, ice has nowhere to go. Well, the oxide chunks have nowhere to go. We need to give them somewhere to go. Something like that. First time here, why there's so many ads every 5 minutes to get around 2 of them. Every 5 minutes shouldn't be what's going on. Might have to check that out. But also, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay, there we go. That should filter that out, and that should head into here. Give us the ice. Yep, that's all running. I would really like to get some speed beacons going on in there. Yeah, can we squeeze any speed beacons here? No, out of legendaries. Do we have any to send? We should have some to send. Yeah, they're sitting in there. Yep, there we go. That'll speed that up. Oh, actually, we might even need to upgrade the quality of these inserters. There we go, that's working. Speed, power! Nice. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of calcite. Okay, we definitely need to upgrade this now, and probably even run a splitter. Yep, calcite goal has been achieved. Ice is coming through. Any excess? Oh my... Somebody's gonna be having a bad day when those come down. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, we got plenty of calcite now. Yeah, I'm thinking this is pretty successful. Let's get rid of that. Calcite's dropping out. Because we requested it. That's awesome. I should dump the copper. We don't want that. We need to defend this area. Not only that, I also need to run... Okay, actually, you know what? Okay, this here did not work. Instead of cycling this stuff here, we might as well send the excess. Yeah, let's get rid of this belt here. Don't need it anymore. Let's send the excess over to here where it can get processed into ice chunks. Not ice chunks, quality cycled. Casinoed. Whatever you call it. There we go. Oh, wait, it's on the wrong belt. No. I didn't even put a belt here. Oh, that's painful. Means that needs to end up here. Yep, there we go. Okay. Lesson learned. That should end up over there. That needs to end up there, which it does. Nice. Okay, that's better. Yeah, okay, nice. So that's going to hopefully give us a good amount of stuff. I'll take a look at the ad breaks. They might have been messed with. I'll have another look. They shouldn't be that frequent. Not 5 minutes. That doesn't sound right. Maybe 20 minutes or something like that. 20 or 30. And we're out of chunks. Okay. So I think that's the point where we need to start sending the ship off. Before I do... Nah, okay. What I'm going to do, off camera, I will copy this and extend it upwards because I do want maximum amount of cyclage. We need to get the weapons going around the side. I don't need too many. I copy this and horizontally flip it. Actually, I might be able to just copy the settings from over here. Recopy that. Yep. This'll work. Oh, autosave. Copy that. Paste it down here. Can I override that? Yes. Woo. Oh wait, and then this kind of fits. Ooh. Okay, nice. Yeah, I might work on that off camera. Because that's going to take quite a bit of time. Yeah, I'm going to have to loop this ammo belt all the way around the ship. But that should be easily doable. I need to find a better way to... I need to find a better place to vent this. But that... As ugly as it is, that worked. That gets us the resources we need. And I think it worked at a pretty acceptable pace. I'm really happy with. But I think that's where I'm going to call it for today. The next stream, I need to return to Narvis. We need to finish off the purple science production. And then we got to start loading all of our science packs onto our train. Or trains. And then we got to get it plugged into the big biolab section here, which we can't even see because I haven't figured out the radars yet. But that's going to be the next goal. Now that we have the cow site, the rest of the factory can function again. And then hopefully, yeah, on the next stream, which will be in 2 days' time, we will have 1 million signs per minute, or we'll be able to test for 1 million signs per minute. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be... Let me quickly review what we did. So, produce and deliver calcite. Produce legendary ores. We did that. We achieved that. We achieved that. And everything else was discarded. We're just getting the ores that we're interested in. Yeah. I think we did it. I'd say that's pretty successful. So with that, I'm going to say thank you all so much for watching. Have a good night, you too. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you had a good time. Thank you for sticking around. And I will see you in the next stream, which will be in 2 days' time. All right. Thanks, everyone. Catch ya.